Just in the chat to see if it is all good to go, as we have 3 minutes until the start of the afternoon session of day number 2. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Alex is back. Alex is indeed back after a nice little break from this morning. It was definitely very early, a nice early start there. But welcome, guys, to this day number 2, the afternoon session for the second test at I was about to say Barcelona. It is Bahrain. It is Bahrain for the preseason test for the 2022 season. My name is Alex from Alex Does F1 Stuff, and I will be your commentator for most of this session. I'll be commentating for about an hour or so, and then I'll take about an hour break and then come back for the final 2 hours of this afternoon session. If you've got any questions, please do let me know in the live chat down below, and I will do my best to answer them. If you could like the live stream, that would be much appreciated, as well as subscribe to Racing Statistics. As we've got just under 2 minutes until the start of this afternoon session, we've had a couple of driver switch ups as well. I think Hamilton is going to be in the car as he switches out for George Russell. I believe Lando Norris will still be in for McLaren. And then we've got a couple other drivers as well. Now, hopefully we actually have a little bit more action this afternoon, as in that first hour, the first hour of this morning, we didn't really see too much happen, actually. However, it all sort of kicked off in that last sort of hour and a half of the morning session. We had the red flag for Nicholas Latifi with his double rear brake failure, actually. They both caught fire, and they actually snapped the rear axle, and he caused a spin, and then it exploded at the back. I'm not sure if people have actually seen that. It full on exploded at the back of his Williams, causing a small little red flag period. Then we had Aston Martin's Sebastian Vettel stopping for a small little while. Then what else happened? We had some confusing red flag testing in the last 10 minutes of the session, so I expect they'll trial some other testing of the systems and flag controls and stuff, maybe virtual safety cars, etc. at the end of this afternoon session. But there was definitely some confusion there with red flags, with Valtteri Bottas's Alfa Romeo stopping at the end of the session. Oh, how was my afternoon / late morning going? It is currently, as of right now, the afternoon. It is now 12 o'clock here in the UK. My morning has been very good. Nice, bright and early commentating for you guys here for the second day of testing for the 2022 season. Hopefully the afternoon is going to deliver some decent action and hopefully some more competitive lap times, as so far the fastest one we've got is Esteban Ocon, a 1:34.2. which is still about 0.8 down, just about a second down on what we saw yesterday. So hopefully we see a couple more quicker lap times this afternoon. He did 59 laps though. That's fairly impressive. 59 laps in the afternoon, along with Charles Leclerc doing 54. What we're doing a 1:34.3, just 900ths behind. And I believe they set those lap times on the mediums, whereas a couple other runners have just been on the hard. So that was the C3 for Ocon and Leclerc, and then C2 for pretty much everybody else. As we've got an AlphaTauri at the exit of the pit lane, as the light has gone green, the session has started, and out goes an AlphaTauri. It's got a yellow TV camera. It is Yuki Tsunoda. It is Yuki Tsunoda still. So let's go to some questions and let's have a look. Oh, did that really happen to Latifi? Yes, it did. In the morning session, his brakes caught fire. He spun, and then the rear brakes exploded. Very close to a Marshall, actually. I'm sure there's some clips on Twitter or some other social media sites, maybe even YouTube here as well. I'd imagine so. Mercedes have got an aero element on their mirrors. Do you think this might get banned? On the mirror itself, no, because pretty much everybody has aero elements on the physical mirror. What might get banned are the four, I believe it's four, it might be five, vertical sticky up strakes that are attached to the crash structure itself, because obviously they no longer have a large side pod which encases the crash structure, as is typical for these Formula One cars. The crash structure is now external from the side pod, so they've had to mount these little vertical aero strakes on the crash structure, but that might, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one, but the physical winglets on the mirror itself, I think are fine, because if you actually look at every other car, they have also got those as well. The Ferrari looks consistent. The Ferrari does indeed look consistent. The Ferrari is a very, very strong looking car at the moment. It looks like it's a smooth ride. It still suffers from porpoising, as with every car at the moment. But yeah, it definitely looks a consistent and a strong car. They've probably had the best test, I would say, so far out of every single team. They've had the best test. It's 8 p.m. for some of you guys. Oh, blimey, that's late. Currently 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, where's that? 8 o'clock in the evening. See, I wouldn't like it to be 8 o'clock. I think that's a bit too late to be doing any commentary or watching Formula One stuff. Whereas at least for me, it's midday. I've just had some lunch, and it's 12 o'clock, 3 minutes past 12 at the moment. 11 p.m. Where is that? Supermax and the Minister of Defense, 11 p.m. Blimey, O'Reilly. What's wrong with Mercedes? Are Mercedes sandbagging? Probably. So George Russell, if I have a look at his stint breakdown, he's had about 8 or 9 different stints. Majority of the laps have come from the medium compound of tyre, but he's done an awful lot of long stints. So everyone has done a couple of smaller stints, whereas Russell has been doing 17 laps, 12, 16, whereas everyone else has been doing 5 or 10 laps per stint. So Russell has been doing lots of race runs at the moment. So I imagine the car is rather heavy on fuel. And looking also at the speed traps as well, Russell is around 290, 295 kilometers an hour at the final speed trap, at the official speed trap at the end of the straight, whereas everybody else, for example, Leclerc, he's about 315. So Russell is 20 kilometers an hour down at the minute. So there's absolutely no way he's pushing, as evident by his lap time being a 1:38.5, which is 4.5 seconds down on Leclerc. Oh, 8 p.m. in Southeast Asia. Oh, blimey. Wow. That's so times I find time zones really bizarre. Time zones are definitely a bizarre thing. What do you think about Alpine in these 2 days? Well, firstly, I'll get onto performance in a little bit. I don't like the pink livery. I said this very early in the morning. I don't like the full pink livery, so it's kind of annoying that that's going to be the one for the first 2 races in Bahrain and Saudi. But moving on to performance, they seem pretty good. Again, fairly consistent. 61 laps currently for Ocon, but he is running around at the moment. I think he had 57, I think I said at the start, at the morning session. So yeah, some decent running, and the car seems quick. It doesn't seem overly stable coming out of the traction zones, like the Ferrari especially, and a little bit of the Mercedes as well. George Russell seemed extremely consistent in this morning session. He was just consistent, floor. What am I trying to say? Just really consistent, getting his foot to the floor and the power down early as well. Because Martin Brundle was at the final corner watching everyone and says the Mercedes was the most planted coming out of the final corner, along with the Alpine and the Ferrari, whereas the cars like the Red Bull and then the McLaren and AlphaTauri was somewhat struggling as they were coming out of the traction zones. Merck could be sandbagging. Yes, almost definitely. As I explained just a little bit earlier, they're definitely sandbagging. They've doing some really long race runs, 17 laps or so per stint. No one else has really topped that apart from a 20-lap stint for Leclerc. But these are consecutive stints for George Russell, and his speed trap data is about 20-25 kilometers an hour down on everybody else. Bottas will get a podium this year. I doubt that. I personally doubt that. I haven't seen anything special yet from Alfa Romeo. Where's Bottas currently? He has set a 1 minute 36.987 for the time being. I don't think they're gonna do very well, Alfa Romeo, personally, because they always overperform in testing. If you look back at a couple years worth of testing, they perform really strongly, and then come round number one and the first half of the season they fall off massively. So I don't think it's gonna be good for them. Any visible changes on the Red Bull? Now, this is an interesting question. So, no, I have not yet seen any visible changes to the Red Bull. It was said that the Red Bull could be updated on day 2 or day 3. Now, I've not seen any physical changes to that car yet because they said they would be visible, much like the Mercedes, going from having side pods to practically having no side pods. So I'm yet to see a proper change as of yet to the Red Bull. Oh, still lots of porpoising from that Alpine though, from Esteban Ocon. He's bouncing up and down. He was really offline just then as well. There is an awful lot of sand on the track at the moment. I know I was trying to look at this earlier this morning, all of the wind speeds and trying to work out if there's a sandstorm coming in. There's actually, let me go to speed and weather tab. There is a strong crosswind as you go down the main straight. So the wind is heading towards the northish direction of the circuit at the minute. So it's around a 20-mile-an-hour wind, which has brought a lot of sand onto the track. So much like we had last year, if we remember that, the track was just covered in sand and dust and people were slipping and sliding. So I'd expect to see a couple of spins this afternoon. But so far, 9 minutes in, and nothing has happened. We've only got Yuki Tsunoda and Esteban Ocon out on track, just pounding in a couple of laps. Update on Danny Rick. I believe Danny Rick is still ill at the moment. So he was supposed to run yesterday, but he was ill and didn't. And then he was obviously swapped with Norris to run today, but he is still currently ill. So McLaren have had to shuffle around their testing program for the time being. So yes, Danny Rick is still ill and isn't running today. Williams is not going out. Yes, I believe they're not, at least for the time being. There was some, as I just belched, sorry about that. There was some screens up above their garage. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. I know they had the floor off of the car, as there were some really detailed pictures posted online of their floor as they were repairing the car for Nicholas Latifi's little issue. But obviously they have both cars there. So I would be surprised if there is an issue for the other car if they have swapped drivers, which they may not have done, actually, thinking about it. Let's have a look. Can I find an update for Williams? Let's go to their Twitter and have a look, see. No, there is nothing as of yet from Williams' Twitter. From initial investigations, it appears that the issue that caused the fire was quite minor, but became visibly quite dramatic. It was not as severe as the video footage suggests, but the fire damage to the rear of the car is substantial. We will revise our running once we've assessed the repair work that needs to be carried out. So if their run plan was to continue with Latifi all day, then yes, they're going to have some issues. But if they were swapping to Albon, which they could be doing, I don't actually know their run plan, for today, driver-wise, then they should be all good to come out. But by the looks of things, I'd imagine they're sticking with Latifi and therefore stuck in the garage. But welcome everybody to this, the second day of pre-season test, the afternoon session. If you've got any questions, please do let me know in the comments down below, and I'll do my best to answer those as we approach 1,000 live viewers. That is absolutely awesome. My name is Alex from the channel Alex Does F1 Stuff, and will be your commentator for the majority of this afternoon session. Going to do about an hour or so just to introduce everything, and then I'll take about an hour's break and come back for the final 2 hours. Let's have a look at some of these questions that we've got. Who do you think is going to take the Drivers' Championship? That is a big question, and I do not know. I know I have predicted in my own videos on my channel, I've predicted it to be Leclerc and Ferrari with a close battle with Mercedes and Hamilton, and also Russell as well, but that's the way I think it's going at the moment. And what I've seen so far, that has been reinforced, that it is going to be a sort of Mercedes-Ferrari battle, almost like a repeat of last year where it was Mercedes-Red Bull. It's going to be that sort of closeness, but Mercedes and Ferrari. Oh, this is an interesting one, actually. I think the new split turbo technology is working correctly for the Alpines. So yes, Renault have finally decided to split the turbo up from the, I think it's the compressor and the, there's another section of the turbo, the fan or something. They've split it up finally, which is what Mercedes did in 2014 in the original turbo hybrid era when that changed, which is why they were able to pack the car so tightly and have such a strong power unit, as they were the only team originally to do that. And it's taken Renault so long to actually implement this change. But yes, it does appear to be working for them at the moment, as Haas also have a couple of issues. Again, Haas with some issues. They've also, like Williams, got the screens up on their car. Let's have a look at Haas's social media. Unfortunately, our running in the session, this is the morning session, has had to end early. An issue with the exhaust needs to be investigated. So I'd imagine they're still having some issues with the exhaust. So I would like to see Mick Schumacher coming back out again, potentially. Unless it's Magnussen, I don't know. Again, I don't know the run plans for everybody. Oh no, this says here. So on Friday, they are supposed to be running Kevin Magnussen in the afternoon session. So Magnussen will be coming out at some point. As we see a lockup from Yuki Tsunoda going into turn 10, every driver's struggle. These cars, every one of these cars do not like the slow speed corners, especially turn 10, where you have to turn and brake and slow down all at the same time. The cars just are not liking it at all. What happened to Williams? So Williams had a large brake failure in the morning session, a double rear brake failure for Nicholas Latifi. The brakes caught fire and essentially broke the rear axle of the car, causing the car to spin, and then it exploded at the back. I suggest you go and find a video to that on YouTube or over on Twitter. Hello, Alex. Hello, YouTube chat. Hello, everybody. 920 viewers, 304 likes. We've just crossed the 300 like barrier. That is absolutely amazing. Yeah, these cars really do struggle at turn 10. They really, really do. They really do. Now, I hope to see a little bit more from Aston Martin. They've so far been a bit disappointing with Vettel actually struggling an awful lot. I know he's on a relatively quick lap for the time being. So a 136 flat, 1.7 seconds down on Ocon. But if I go to his stints, what was he doing? See, he wasn't doing very long stints, 12, 7, 7, 2, and then he stopped on track with I think it was an electrical issue. So he hasn't really been doing very long stints, which suggests the car isn't fueled a lot. And he's not going very quickly because those short stints were on the medium compound, the C3, whereas Ocon's short stints, where he set his quick laps, was on the C4 compound, the soft tire, where he did 8 laps, 7 laps. Do you think Mercedes will still go faster during this test, or will they hide it for qualifying next week? I would like to think they would want to know how fast their car can go. It's not like I don't know, a 2020 season or a 2021 season where these types of cars are extremely well understood, so you know how fast your car is going to be. This is a completely different era, so you're going to want to see how fast your car can go. They obviously tested it 2 weeks ago in Barcelona, but this is again a completely different car for Mercedes, so they're going to have to find out how fast it can go. There's no way they can just wait until the important session of qualifying. There, absolutely no way can they do that. So I would expect maybe not today, but tomorrow definitely Mercedes might just put on the soft compound of tire, the C4, maybe even the C5 again. I would like to see that at least tomorrow. Otherwise, they may end up struggling. It may end up backfiring if they don't reveal their pace because they don't know of any issues that could pop up with running that quickly because they haven't run that quickly. The Ferrari side pods are better managed and built than the Mercedes. That's an interesting line. I'm not sure I would 100% agree with that because like they are completely different design concepts. Agreed, with one being nicely scalloped like the Ferraris and really wide, and then Mercedes being super narrow. But you can't really determine yet which one is better than the other. And ultimately, what's probably going to end up happening is both teams are going to be almost identical if we get to Bahrain, in which case they've gone in completely different design routes and they end up being as quick as each other, which is what Formula One is all about. Who is in the afternoon session for Aston Martin? Good question. Let's have a look. I think it is Lance Stroll off the top of my head because Vettel ran this morning and Aston Martin don't usually. Yes, it is Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll is racing in this afternoon session. Because Aston Martin aren't usually a team to run one driver each day. That's usually a Red Bull type thing and a Alfa Romeo Renault type thing to do that, to run one driver each day. Any news on Ricardo? Yes, he's still ill. Currently, he is still ill. Probably the same. Well, it's going to be the same illness that he had yesterday, but exactly what kind of illness, I don't really know. But yes, Ricardo is still ill, and Lando Norris is currently in the car, but not out on track. Lance Stroll has just exited the pits. He is on his outlap at the moment, with Yuki Tsunoda the only one actually setting lap times just yet. If I go to Yuki Tsunoda, his last lap was quite slow, but he is doing a couple of laps on the hard compound. He's up to lap 6 on this stint, doing 144s at the minute. So what do you think is all going to happen? What do you guys think is going to happen in this afternoon session? What do we think is going to happen in regards to qualifying runs? Are we going to see any more long runs from people? Like a Mercedes going to put in another 60, 70 laps almost, or other teams going to try and go for some long runs, some glory runs perhaps, maybe even some other incidents, some maybe a red flag again. Perhaps what do you think is going to happen? I heard Red Bull would have some very new visible changes to the car today. Any word on what that is? No, I spoke about that earlier this morning and also earlier in this little session not too long ago. So, yes, Red Bull are supposedly bringing noticeable changes for either day 2, which is today, or day 3, which is tomorrow. And as of yet, as of this morning's session on Verstappen or on Verstappen's car, I've not noticed any visible changes just yet. So we'll have to wait and see to see if they put them on for this afternoon session. But I doubt it, as there's only an hour to fit the new changes, so I can't see it happening today. So we'll have to see if it comes out tomorrow. The midfield pack will be interesting this season. It really will. The midfield is going to be so close this year. It will be really tight. You think Mercedes are going to do another 40 to 50 laps with Lewis Hamilton? Yep, I can imagine they will, as that seems to be their run plan for the past couple of days. So George Russell did a total of 67 laps, which was the most of anybody in the morning session alone. I think the next person to him was Esteban Ocon, who did 57 or something, 56 laps in the morning. Red Bull is seed bagging. I like that one. Not sandbagging, seed bagging. That one's quite cool. Still the same effect. Still a big weighty bag of stuff. But again, I'm not sure. Teams do like to sandbag, but it's a brand new era, so you kind of want to know how fast your car is going. You kind of need to do that. You need to see how fast the car can go. But I would expect that's all going to come tomorrow in the afternoon session to give people the least amount of time possible to prepare for what your car can actually do. So if we find out today, for instance, that Mercedes can set a lap time that's 3 seconds quicker than everybody else, people have got all of tomorrow to try and come up with something, or maybe to discuss temporary rule changes or something like that, as Ross Brawn has been open to that idea of getting the rules changed with 8 of the 10 teams agreeing. But if Mercedes or however reveal that at the end of tomorrow's session, no team has any answer to that at all, and then we just have that week until qualifying. So that's just one less day to discuss anything or to come up with any new solution. So I'd imagine if anyone is going to go for quick runs, it will come tomorrow in the afternoon session. Oh, Sonoda again. Sonoda struggling with turn 10. He really does not like that corner. The AlphaTauri looks rather unstable at the minute, especially in these slow corners. These ground effect cars do not like these slow speed corners, especially turn 10, where it's a complex turning and braking all at the same time. The car's just not happy. The car is not happy with that at all at the minute, as we've now got 3 cars out on track. We've got the pink Alpine, we've got Yuki Tsunoda and Lance Stroll as well. We've got 11 lap times on the board at the moment, with Lance Stroll currently on a 1:38.888. A whole bunch of eights for Lance Stroll. Yeah, turn 10 has always been a nightmare. It always is. Every single year, there are teams and cars that do not like turn 10 at Bahrain. It's one of those really awkward corners of probably the whole F1 calendar, to be honest. Oh, is it just me, or have Alpine got a couple more cooling louvers on their car? Have they added a whole? I'm going to have to find a picture of that. Have they added extra cooling louvers on their engine cover? Uh, Alpine. I don't think I'm going to be able to find any photos on Twitter. It's not usually the best place to find them. Uh, Looks like they've got just a couple more extended on the back of the engine cover. That was all. Wouldn't surprise me. It's a fairly easy change. Just another way to allow more of the hot air from the engine to escape out the back. Uh, I don't know. That's a car that's on fire. Not that. Not that. Yeah, I think they do. I think they've just got. I think they've extended the cooling louvers just a wee bit on their engine cover. Only by like 2 or 3, but still just a couple more. So in a similar fashion to what Mercedes have, actually, where they've got the cooling louvers, which Mercedes were actually covering up with tape. If you notice, they had a big square rectangular sheet of tape to put over them. So I would imagine test to see how quickly their car can actually overheat, because having no side pods, it's going to be an interesting discussion of how quickly this car will overheat and what happens to it when it overheats. What do you think of the flax fiber that is being implanted in the cars? What is the flax fiber? I have no idea what flax fiber is. If we could elaborate on flax fiber, or I can probably Google it as well. I have no idea what that is. I hope it's not a thing I shouldn't be saying, and someone, it's a fiber attained from bark. What is that, like woven in with the carbon as well? That doesn't seem right. Do you think people are overlooking Aston Martin this season? Yes, they've had some reliability issues, but they have had decent pace. It's very possible that Aston Martin could be a bit overlooked, but they are struggling. It's much like Haas, or not quite on the same level as Haas, but I would say much like Alfa Romeo. They're definitely a team that is struggling for the time being. So if I go to tyre history, so Sebastian Vettel has done a couple of long runs. He did a 20-lap run on the medium tyre for his second stint in the morning, but then a lot of his other stints were really, really short, like 6-7 laps, again on the C3 tyre. And to not be close to Leclerc, who has also run the C3 tyre for very short periods of time, like the Aston Martin, it doesn't really bode well, I don't think. Do you think the Honda engine will be powerful this year? Um, Almost definitely, because it's essentially just a small little continuation as we're watching Lewis Hamilton get into the cars. He's about to come out, I'd imagine, in the next couple of minutes. But it's more of a continuation for Honda this year. I know they're technically not the owners anymore. It is now the Red Bull powertrains engine, but a lot of the Honda people are still working on that engine and are still assisting Red Bull powertrains. I think they're going to stop all of that in 2026 when the new engines come in a couple of years' time. So I think it's going to be much the same. We're not going to see a monumental drop off just because Honda have completely ditched them, because they haven't completely ditched them at the minute. Watch Mercedes on a trampoline on the straights. Actually, Russell wasn't porpoising that much, especially in his last couple of stints. He really wasn't porpoising that much. Yes, he wasn't actually pushing that hard, as I've spoken about a bit earlier in this session, but definitely that car wasn't porpoising as much as it was yesterday. But Mercedes were running an enormous amount of different not strategy setups, but car setups to try and limit the amount the car was porpoising when they first went out yesterday. And it seems that they have sort of corrected some of that. Whereas this AlphaTauri that we're currently looking at does bounce and wobble all over the place, and it's going to shake the head off of their drivers, much like it was doing to Gasly yesterday. But yes, Hamilton is now coming out onto track. Is he on his out lap? Not quite, but he is still getting into his car at the moment. So expect to see Hamilton on track in the next couple of moments. As we're heading up to our first half an hour of this, the second day of pre-season testing at Bahrain. Oh, another moment for Yuki. Yeah, another moment for Yuki Tsunoda. That car doesn't look happy. Another lockup once again. And that's interesting. That's down at turn one, actually, for Yuki Tsunoda, having a small little incident. Another lockup once again. I believe he's still on the same stint, actually, Yuki Tsunoda. Yeah, he's still lap 5 or 5 laps on this stint. I'll just give that a refresh. He might have updated. Nope, still 5 laps on this stint, so he's still running quite a lot, actually. He's just been told that target is 143, and his last lap time was a 141. So he's going a bit quick for his target, but they're probably targeting long runs as he's on the hard compound, the C2, and he's not opening DRS either. So he's definitely not pushing. Yeah, AlphaTauri looks like it struggles at the slow speed. It definitely does. All of the cars look like they struggle at slow speed, to be honest. It's just an inherent flaw with these ground effect cars. Do you think that the Merc is hiding Yes, of course. And they will surprise everyone like every year. I think so. They're not eight-time world champions by accident. This is very true. And almost definitely Mercedes are hiding their pace because, like I've said before, they were just doing long runs with George Russell today, not opening DRS, being about 20, 25 kilometers an hour slower in all of the speed traps, and also running the hard compound, the C2. So I don't think they're going to show their pace until tomorrow afternoon. AlphaTauri and Red Bull seem to have the same side pod. They definitely do. Red Bull's is a little bit more significantly undercut than the AlphaTauri, but it definitely follows the same sort of design philosophy. But interestingly, they've gone for slightly different front suspension setups, which does affect the way that the air travels across the side pods and through the rest of the car as it just completely changes it. Whereas the rear of the car is much the same, as AlphaTauri use the same gearbox that the Red Bull uses. So the rear of the car has to be much the same between the two, but the front is relatively different. But they do have very similar style gearboxes, or gearboxes, front suspensions, and side pods. Everyone in the pits? Nope, not everyone is in the pits. We've got two cars out on track at the moment. We've got Lance Stroll on his outlap, and then we've got Yuki Tsunoda, who's still pounding around at the moment. He's done quite a few laps actually on his on this stint. Hurry up to for Yuki Tsunoda. So he's done 8 laps so far on this stint for Yuki Tsunoda. Can they do the ground modifications to the side pods throughout the season? I would imagine so. I'd imagine they're going to bring small little update kits every, I don't know, every few races or so, like they normally do. They bring a fairly major update kit to round 5, round 6 sort of time. And then there's another one over the summer break. So I'd imagine there are going to be a couple of changes to all of the side pods and the slight designs of everything. But unfortunately, it is another slow start to this afternoon session, much like it was in this morning. There isn't really too much going on as we're talking to Franz Tost at the moment on the live commentary feed or on the live Sky feed at the minute, with 3 hours and 27 minutes still to go. Just the two cars out on the track, Lance Stroll and Yuki Tsunoda, who are both doing long runs, as Lance Stroll is also on the C2 compound as we've just hopped on board. But the Aston Martin, I'm just looking at it now. It again doesn't look all that fun to drive as it starts bouncing around. Yeah, porpoising still. Missed the apex. Snap of oversteer. And yeah, it's the car just doesn't look overly comfortable to drive. Down into turn 4. Missed the apex once again. The car is definitely understeering as it runs completely wide over where Max Verstappen went wide last year, getting past Lewis Hamilton for the lead before he had to give it back. Out of sector 1, he's up on his personal best. This isn't too bad. As we head around turn 8 and 9, and then braking down into turn 10, is he going to mess it up? No, ish. A little bit wide, but not as bad as the AlphaTauris. And onto the power down the back straight. He's got the DRS open, so this is going to be, it's not going to be a super quick lap for Lance Stroll, but it's definitely going to propel him up the leaderboard just a little bit. As where we go to the leaderboard, Lance Stroll. So these are 2 green sectors for him so far. He's 1.6 seconds up on his best lap time at the moment. And down the final straight, braking into the final corner, which I believe is turn 15 or turn 16. Really squirrely on the power, though. Really, really squirrely. The rear was not stable or planted as he goes up to P8 at 137.5 for Lance Stroll there, a 137.5. But that car, it just doesn't look very fun. It just doesn't look very fun to drive at all. Are the cars driving with their own car or are they sharing as in Barcelona? I think they're actually in their own cars because I would imagine both, or I'd imagine all the teams have both cars here, as Lewis Hamilton is going out on track. Lewis Hamilton is now on his outlap at the moment, but I'd imagine they have both cars because the Grand Prix is in a week's time, so there's no point in having one car left behind somewhere. So I'd imagine the drivers are in their own cars. Williams can come top five in the constructors this year. That would be really, really good for them. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they'd be able to do it. That's quite a significant jump up, but the car does look significantly better this year, which is quite nice. They just need to get some more laps in, but they're currently fixing their issues with their rear brakes that they had in the morning session at the time being. So let's take a look at Lewis Hamilton. He is currently on his outlap at the moment. What tyres is he on? What tyres are those? Why haven't they got any markings on them? Oh, these are the silly testing tyres. Oh, they are. There's a different testing compound, so it doesn't quite fall in. Well, it obviously falls in the region C1 to C5, but it isn't a C1 to 5 compound. It's a slightly different type of compound. So I'm not exactly sure where it actually sits on the compound range. I think it's a little bit on the harder side, if I remember rightly. Well, I definitely like the fact they've Mercedes of luminesced or made luminosized. They've basically made the numbers yellow. They've made the numbers yellow is what they've done. I was trying to think of a fancy word to say there, but it didn't really work out. So they sort of stand out a bit more, whereas before they were just that black outline and you couldn't really read the numbers, whereas now they've made them nice, a bright, vibrant yellow, and it really stands out. So you can clearly see which driver is in which car. As Hamilton is about to start his first lap on the board, and I'll follow his sector times as we go through, as we are on board with Lewis Hamilton. Is he opening the DRS? Yes, he is. So this is unlike what George Russell was doing, as he actually hit 305 kph at the end of the straight there. So this is definitely going to be quicker than George Russell, because this is not like what Russell was running at all. Okie dokie, let's see. Let's see what Hamilton can do here. A little bit wide, but not too bad. He's obviously gone green in sector 1 because he hasn't set any lap time himself. So it's going to be a personal best sector for Lewis Hamilton, but it's not purple. So it's not the fastest sector overall. But he is on this testing compound tyre at the time being. As we break down into turn 10, that is absolutely beautiful. Touch wide and really early on the power. No squirreling like the Aston Martin at all. This Mercedes almost looks completely different to what it was yesterday. Yesterday, it looked really sort of uncontrollable. The porpoising was limited just there. Oh, slight snap of oversteer into turn, I don't know, turn number something, as we head into sector 3. Again, 5/10 up, but I don't know what he's 5/10 up on because it's not a purple lap time. It's gone green. Obviously, it's gone green because it's his own personal best. But I don't think it's going to be a super quick lap as we break into the final corner. Massive snap of oversteer on the final corner. He really couldn't get the power down at all. It's going to be a 139 flat for Lewis Hamilton. So that's a bit slower than George Russell. A little bit slower. 4/10 slower than George Russell there for Lewis Hamilton's first lap. What did Mercedes spray on the front of Lewis's car? I would imagine some Flovis paint, just to get an idea of what the car is actually doing, to see if they can correlate some of the data from the wind tunnel to the car for real life. As there was a little incident with Norris and Alpine as they're racing. Oh, blimey. Yeah, that was close. Save the racing for a week. You need to focus on your testing times here. You need to focus on the testing times. Let's have a look, see if there has been any questions commentating for a little bit. Is this broadcasted on TV? Yes, this is broadcasted on Sky in the UK, and I believe Sky everywhere else, ESPN, and then F1 TV as well. So whichever one you've got in your country, you'll be able to watch it live on that. Why is Daniel in the garage? Daniel is in the garage because he is still feeling unwell at the time being. Still the same illness that he was suffering with from yesterday. Thoughts about the AlphaTauri's porpoising problem. Yesterday, Gasly was going fastest. So absolutely, Gasly was the fastest yesterday, and so far the fastest lap time that we've seen so far in this Bahrain test, a 1:33.4. I think, if someone could correct me if I was wrong on that, 1:33 something definitely, but it looked like his head was going to fall off. So it swings and roundabouts. You can go really quickly, but you're going to rip your own head off. So you don't really want to go very quickly because you don't want your head to fall off. As AlphaTauri haven't really seemed to have fixed their porpoising issue as much as a team like Mercedes has for the time being. Is there something wrong with Carlos Sainz? Not that I know of. Carlos Sainz is currently out on track at the moment, I believe. Yes, he is. He's on an out lap at the minute. So this is the first time that Carlos Sainz is heading out onto track for today, as it was Charles Leclerc in the morning session. 1:33.9, someone has said. A 1:33.9 for Gasly. AlphaTauri is fast during their pre-seasons test. They were also fastest last year. This is also very true. Yuki Tsunoda was rapid last year in testing, and then they had one of the biggest drop-offs heading into qualifying for Bahrain. So that's also true. Much like Alfa Romeo, they always have good tests and then bad seasons. But it's definitely starting to heat up a little bit as we're into about 45 minutes of this, the afternoon session of day 2 for the test. We've got Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, Lance Stroll, Yuki Tsunoda, and Lando Norris all out on track, with Esteban Ocon just coming into the pits after ending quite a lengthy stint. Actually, he's done a 12-lap stint there on the hard compounder tyre. What was his last lap? Last lap was, well, it was his in lap. It was a 1:54. So we'll ignore that one. We'll ignore that lap time. But we're currently looking at Lando Norris at the moment, but he does have an awful lot of Flovis paint on the right-hand side of the floor. So, all very, very wide for Lando Norris. Very wide at the exit there. Of the final corner, that is. I realised I forgot to say which corner he was wide on. But there is a lot of Flovis paint on the McLaren, on the edge of the floor, as they're trying to understand the airflow around that. What do you think of Sainz's season? Think it will be fast for this year? I think it's going to be much the same as it was last year. He's going to have a very, very consistent season, much like he did last year. He seems to have settled into the team extremely quickly, much quicker than I was expecting. What about Ferrari's porpoising problem? Were they able to fix it? So Ferrari have employed, much like a lot of teams, what's called a floor stay, where it's essentially just this high-end cable tie, essentially, a sort of metal rod that attaches itself to the rear end of the car, and then it extends diagonally down to the corner of the floor. So it limits the floor's flexing, as the floor flexing is what causes the floor to seal, and therefore the car to be sucked to the floor, hence why it's called the ground effect. So stopping the car being sucked to the floor stops the porpoising problem, because it stops the air from stalling underneath, which then rises the car, which then instantly activates the porpoising again, and it gets sucked back down. So stiffening everything up does solve the porpoising problem, but it makes the car a wee bit slower. The Ferrari looks really, really good. The Ferrari does look nice. It's a nice looking car. I like their scalloped side pods, but it's red. That's always going to be my issue with Ferrari. It's red. Everyone says the Ferrari livery is always really nice, but it's just red. What's happened to Verstappen? Good question. Don't know. Red Bull still haven't come out as of yet in this afternoon session. It's been 45 minutes and there has been no action whatsoever from Red Bull. They're still in the garage at the time being. I believe it's still Verstappen running, because they tend to do one driver for the whole day, but they are still currently in the garage at the time being. How do you think McLaren will perform? Oh, that's a good question. So again, they've had a really, really good test at the minute. Like they've had a really, really strong test, much like Ferrari, but not quite as strong and noticeable as Ferrari. So I feel like they're going to be where would I put them? I would say P3 in the constructors. I'd say P3. That's what I'm going to go for. Oh, as a lot of people have just come into the pits. Well, that's a bit annoying. So we've only got Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, and Yuki Tsunoda out at the moment, as Hamilton is currently on lap number 6 already. Blimey. Like, yeah, yep, lap number 6 for Lewis Hamilton, still on this testing compound and still on his first stint at the time being. So who is P1 and P2 currently? Currently P1 is Esteban Ocon, still from this morning, and Charles Leclerc is P2, also from this morning's lap times. So Ocon has run a couple of extra laps in the afternoon session, as he's the only one in the Alpine so far today, but he has not improved on his 134.2 that he set this morning. Can you tell us who is leading in terms of long runs on their lap times? Now, that's a little bit difficult because I don't actually have a full lap time history. I have their stint breakdowns, and I can see their last lap that they've set and their best lap time. And unfortunately, that is all. So I can't actually see a full breakdown of every single driver's lap times that they've set, unfortunately. I would, if I had all of that data, then yes, I would be more than happy to give that information, but I do not. As we're currently on board with Carlos Sainz at the time being, let's see what this Ferrari can do. As he's green in sector 1, green in sector 2 once again by 9/10 of a second. So he's going to improve quite significantly here to fall into the region of P8 or P9 between Stroll and Schumacher. Where is Carlos Sainz? Here he is. What's this lap time going to be for Carlos Sainz? As he comes out at the final corner, DRS open, and he goes P10 behind Stroll and Schumacher, a 138.3. These are really slow lap times today. That was on the C3 compound for Carlos Sainz. These are very slow lap times today. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. I was expecting to see, especially in the afternoon session, I was expecting to see a small little step up in the times, but this sort of hasn't happened. So if I pull up yesterday's testing report, so yesterday's testing report, the slowest time was a 137, whereas currently the slowest time that we've got today is 139. Then the fastest time yesterday was a 133.9, with the fastest time today being a 134.2. So it's just potentially different run plans, like completely different run plans for people today. It's just odd. It's just odd to see such a difference between the 2 days. That's all. I'd expect them to go a little bit quicker today. But I mean, there's still 3 hours left, though. There are still 3 hours left. Oh, if every team had equal engines, which driver would win the championship? Now, that's an interesting question. So, would every team still be able to develop different aero? So, would we be able to have the Mercedes with zero side pods, the Red Bull with their really undercut front side pods, the Ferrari with the scalloped side pods, etc.? So would each team be able to develop their own car, but they all have the same power? Because if yes, then that's a really interesting question. If no, then it just comes down to if everyone was in basic stock cars, essentially FIA stock cars, who would be fastest, and then it just becomes an argument based on who is best, and that's not one I'm not going to enter. Unfortunately, I'm not going to enter that argument today. When will Kevin Magnussen run? Magnussen will run today, this afternoon, whenever Haas get the car ready, as currently it is not ready at the moment. They're still suffering with some technical gremlins in their car for the time being. I can't wait for K-Mag. Agreed. It's been a while since we've seen Magnussen in the car. He's definitely an interesting personality, isn't he? In the paddock, is Kevin Magnussen. He's definitely an interesting personality. But it's definitely been a quiet hour. It's been a quiet hour so far. So hopefully there's a little bit more stuff. I hope I don't miss anything in my break again. That'll be annoying. I missed a lot of the action in this morning session on my 3 hour break, so I hope I don't miss anything on my hour break today for this afternoon. Let's have a look through Twitter, see what's going on. Oh, lots of people talking about Drive to Survive, actually. That's a topic I haven't brought up yet. What's everyone's opinion on Drive to Survive, if you have seen it? Because I think it's been out for 4 and a bit hours now on Netflix. So what's everyone's opinion so far on Drive to Survive? As I think I've watched 2 episodes so far. There's so far on track, we've only got Carlos Sainz and Yuki Tsunoda running around, but they're again on medium tires, not really doing too much. Some people saying they haven't seen it yet. Are you going to end up watching Drive to Survive? Is there a chance that teams like Mercedes are not going to at their max speed to avoid attention? Yes, almost definitely, almost definitely. So they're just going to be sort of hiding what they can, essentially sandbagging, as everyone likes that term, as they haven't really shown their true pace yet. I don't think in Bahrain they've actually ran the C4 or the C5 tires yet. They've run the C2 and the C3, but on heavy fuel and low engine modes as well. But they're definitely making some changes though to that Mercedes. We're currently looking at a camera angle of Hamilton's car, and there's an awful lot of mechanics out the back. Couldn't tell you what they're doing, but they're fiddling with the back of Hamilton's car. Now, tomorrow we will see performance. I do hope tomorrow we will see some performance. I would love to see the pecking order that everyone's actually come up with. What if Merck isn't sandbagging? Well, that'll be very interesting. That will be very, very interesting. As Red Bull have now got their covers up. They've got their covers up in front of their garage. So Red Bull aren't looking to be out anytime soon, I would say, much like Williams. So I'm not quite sure what's up with Red Bull. I shall do some investigations. That's not how you spell red, nor is that Red Bull. There we go. Oracle Red Bull Racing. Let's see what's going on with Red Bull. Doesn't say on their page. Okay, let's do some more investigating. Okay. Actually, some updates for Red Bull there, if I was listening to Sam Collins correctly. Their update package will be coming tomorrow. Their update package is coming tomorrow, but they're doing something to the car at the time being. So they will be coming out hopefully soon, as we've still got 3 hours left of this session. Update package coming tomorrow for Red Bull, I've just heard. What tyres are Aston using? Let's have a look. Tyre history for Aston Martin. So I think it's Lance Stroll that's in the car at the moment. He is out on track. He's just come out on the medium compound of tyre. So everyone that's on track currently, apart from, everybody that's out on track currently is using the hard. Apart from Lance Stroll, he is on the medium and he's just on his out lap for the time being. He's done 7 laps on the hards and then 6 laps on the testing compound that is only available for the testing. Is Ocon doing another long run? Esteban Ocon is currently on the hards and he's done 12 laps at the moment. And he's just his previous stint was 12 laps. I've read this wrong. His previous stint was 12 laps and he is on an out lap at the moment, also on the hard compound of tyre. Oh, as we've just watched Esteban Ocon actually go massively wide at turn 10. Turn 10 is everybody's nemesis at the moment. Turn 10 is definitely a nemesis for people. As there's also work going on for the McLaren. They've got the front wing off of the car. As Lando Norris is getting ready to get back in. That's a significant amount that's off the front of the McLaren, actually. That's more than the front wing. That's a lot of the front end bodywork that's off, even further past the front axle. Huh. Quite what they're doing there. Yeah, that is actually quite a lot of work that they're doing to the McLaren. It's been an interesting test so far for these 5 hours that we've had of on-track action. There hasn't really been too many talking points. Haven't really seen anything. There haven't really been any major incidents or talking points or anything like that. It's been a very quiet 5 hours of testing, which is quite unusual. Quite unusual. Turn 10 is the haunted house of F1. It is indeed. It's been a very awkward corner for these cars. They do not like it at all. Oh, Sebastian Vettel has been quietly top 5 for each test bar 1 or 2 sessions. This is true. So where is he currently? He's P4. So perhaps Aston Martin do have a good car, but just watching any of the onboard footage, it looks like a completely rubbish car to drive. It just doesn't look comfortable in any way, shape, or form. The lap times may be good, although Vettel's quick time came when he was doing short runs on the medium compound of tyre, whereas he's done a couple of long runs on the hards. So I'd imagine on those shorter runs, he's had a little bit less fuel. He's on the medium tyre, whereas everybody else above him set their quicker lap times on the harder tyre, apart from Ocon and Leclerc. And then the pace deficit to Ocon and Leclerc is well over a second and a half. So it's really hard to tell, especially with testing. It's so hard to tell where everybody is, as Lance Stroll goes P3. Just as I'm talking about Aston Martin having a funny testing session, Lance Stroll goes P3 with what lap time was that? 1 second, a 1:35.462. That was on the medium C3 compound that he set that on. And he is 1.1 seconds down on Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc, also setting their lap times on the C3 compound. So we can see there is a big deficit opening up for these cars. Why is turn 10 so difficult? it's because it's a slow corner. So these ground effect cars only really have a lot of downforce when they're going quickly. And in the slow, twisty sections of the track, especially turn 10, where you've got to brake and steer all at the same time, when you need a lot of downforce to turn the car, it's just not there. So they're really, really struggling. As we're actually on board now with Guan Yu Zhou for his first time out at Bahrain for this session. On an out lap at the, or no, actually on a quick lap for the time being. We'll see what he can do as we've come up to the first hour of this afternoon session. I will begin to slowly wrap things up for my first hour, as I will disappear for one and then come back for the final two. So if you have any final questions just before I disappear, pop them in the chat and I will answer just one or two more questions before I do take a break. But my name has been Alex from the channel Alex Does F1 Stuff, and I will be taking a break for about an hour and then returning for the final two. Thank you for everyone who has tuned in so far for this, the second day of testing. Let's have a look at, see which questions I can pick out. Why is Red Bull not running? Not 100% sure on that. Potentially popping the upgrades on for this afternoon session, or there is potentially another gremlin that they have uncovered and the upgrades will be coming tomorrow. It is not 100% decided on which one of those it actually is. And then finally, that's just a statement about turn 10. What teams do you think will have a special livery? That's an interesting question, and one that I don't know the answer to. I feel like special liveries should come at the historical based circuits, so circuits that hold a special value to particular teams. And there we go. That is my first hour of commentary all done and dusted for this, the second day of testing for the afternoon session at Bahrain. I'll be gone for an hour and I'll be back for the final two. Enjoy. messages to say so before I give a brief introduction again. Oh, getting a couple of messages in the chat that everything is all crystal clear, then that is all good to know. My name is Alex from the channel Alex Does F1 Stuff, and I'll be your commentator for these last 2 hours of the second day of testing here at Bahrain ahead of the 2022 season. If you've got any questions at all, then please leave them in the live chat down below, and I will do my best to answer them as we go, as well as commentating on the action that pops up in these last 2 hours. If you haven't done so already, then please feel free to subscribe to the Racing Statistics channel and also like the stream, as it helps promote us up and also promote the stream. Also, currently sat at 535 likes with 810 people watching. That is absolutely awesome. We are 5 minutes in to the last 2 hours of the session. We've had a couple of quick laps since I last joined for the first hour of the session. Hamilton has put in some decent C3 running, a 1:35.5. We've got Carlos Sainz set the fastest lap time of just the week here at Bahrain, a 1:33.5. That's 4/10 quicker than we saw Pierre Gasly do yesterday, with Lance Stroll actually in the Aston Martin set a 1:34 flat. And that tyre was on the medium, the C3 compound. Thank you guys so much for all of the comments. I can see all of those coming through. That is absolutely mega, absolutely awesome. I don't think I missed too much in that hour that I had off between the first hour and now the third. I don't think there was too much that actually happened whatsoever, apart from just a couple of quick laps that came through. Not too bad at all. Why did Max only do 57 laps, and which tyres did he use? So Verstappen, Red Bull didn't come out until I think it was 2.5 hours to go. They stayed in the garage for about an hour and a half. Also, that was due to some rear floor changes and some front floor changes, actually. They've raised the front edge of the floor up a small little bit, and they've made some changes to the rear of the car as they've got some Flowbiz paint there. I don't think that's the major update kit that they're talking about, as I think that's going to come tomorrow, because there really isn't too many visible things, and they put a lot of stress and emphasis on it's going to be a visible change. And to me, that's not entirely a visible change, but it did cost them an hour and a half, and they are currently running. So Verstappen at the moment is doing relatively short stints on the C2 compound. So he's done 12 laps, 3 laps, 9 laps, 3 laps in 4 different stints. So it's interesting running that he's doing at the moment. They're probably just trying to understand this small little update kit that they've put on again. Does there any red flag at previous sessions? So I don't think there's been a red flag today. There was definitely a red flag yesterday, although no, actually, I tell a lie. There was a red flag today for Nicholas Latifi in the Williams earlier this morning, as there was a rear brake failure, double rear brake failure, as they both caught fire, and it actually snapped the rear axle. So he ended up spinning. There was a brief red flag period for that. Then there was a second red flag at the end, but that was a FIA systems check at the end of the session, just to make sure everything on their end is all running okay, as they attempted to do a standing start, but unfortunately it had to be aborted due to Valtteri Bottas stopping on track, unfortunately. Porpoising, yes, porpoising is minimal compared to what we saw in Barcelona. This is true. Teams have sort of gotten a little bit more on top of the porpoising issue. It's still there. It's still present with the teams, especially Mercedes, AlphaTauri, and a little bit Ferrari as well, but it's present on every single team at the minute. It's just an inherent issue with these ground effect issued cars. But it definitely seems to be a wee bit more under control than what we saw in Barcelona. And currently out on track, we've got Max Verstappen, the current world champion, Lewis Hamilton, Esteban Ocon, and also Lance Stroll. There are just 4 drivers out on track at the moment. How is Mercedes doing without their side pods? That's an interesting question. They seem to be doing okay. I think Hamilton has actually changed up the run plan a little bit. I thought he was going to match what Russell did, but that hasn't really been the case. Hamilton has done a lot of short stints on the C3 compound of tyre and has actually done a couple of quick laps on the C4 on the softs, which is where he did his 1 minute 35, I think he's done. Yeah, 1 minute 35.5. That was on the C4 compound of tyre, whereas Russell was doing an enormous amount of long runs on the hard compound of tyres. So they've sort of split the run plan a little bit. So Hamilton is showing a wee bit more of the pace potential of that W13. Oh, very wide for Max Verstappen. Very, very wide. Kicking up a lot of dust, almost getting into the gravel there for Verstappen. I was looking at the chat and just saw an enormous plume of dust actually come up there as Verstappen gets really wide. I believe that was at turn 5 and 6. Again, the same sort of area where he passed Lewis Hamilton last year off the track and had to concede the position or give the position back. But one thing I have noticed is it's getting dark in Bahrain. I'm not quite sure what the local time is. It must be getting on for a bit late, but they must be turning on the floodlights soon. It looks like they've got a couple on at the minute. Oh, big snap of oversteer for Max Verstappen there. Yeah, it's definitely getting dark here in Bahrain. And then equally, it's very dusty. It is very, very sandy out there as well. It's very, very sandy. Oh, Red Bull have actually also got some cooling louvers. That's interesting. I've just noticed that. That wasn't on the car before. 1 second, I need to try and find a photo of that. They seem to have an enormous string of cooling louvers on top of their side pod, which they didn't have before. Doop, doop. Whereabouts is it? Photos. Yes, they have added an array of cooling louvers on top of their side pods, as well as raising up the front edge of their floor as well, which could potentially help with the porpoising issue. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. There was actually a really, really good photo taken of the underneath of the Williams floor. This is the first time we've seen underneath the car as well. And it's actually rather intricate underneath the Williams floor. This is on the Formula One Reddit page, as well as I believe it's over Twitter as well. It's quite interesting to see the different turning vanes and all sorts that's going on underneath there in order to create the ground effects to pull the car to the ground in order to create all of this downforce. Oh, someone's saying the Mercedes is illegal. I don't think it is at all. There's always one person that's got to say the Mercedes is illegal. They've been saying that for ages. But I'd like to know in what regard you believe the Mercedes is illegal. Will you start commentating on this season? Potentially, but sadly, my job requires me to work most Fridays and pretty much every Saturday and Sunday. So it's very rare that I get the weekend off. And then if I do get a weekend off, it's then very rare that lines up with the Formula One Grand Prix. But if any time that it does line up, yes, I'll be more than happy to start commentating over any of the Grand Prix sessions that happen this year. But it won't be a regular occurrence because of my awkward job that I have to work on weekends. Yeah, so many cars are going wide at turn 4 and turn 10. This is very, very true. They are going extremely wide at turn 4. As we talk about this, Carlos Sainz goes wide at turn 4 in exactly the same manner as Max Verstappen, but not quite as exaggerated. These cars don't really like the sort of slow speed corners due to the ground effect. It doesn't work as well when the car is moving slowly and especially turning an awful lot. Oh, the Mercedes side pod is legal, but the mirror is not. Okay, I will agree with that. The mirror is the only contentious point about the Mercedes, not the mirror itself. as the mirror is fine. The winglets on the mirror are fine, as every team has those. However, there are 4 or 5 vertical sticky up bits that are attached to the physical crash structure, which are not connected to the mirror. Now, this was an issue that happened to Ferrari a couple of years ago, where they claimed there were some mirror supports that were coming up from the side pod to connect to the bottom of the mirror. And it was determined that these weren't mirror supports. They were, in fact, aerodynamic devices to help control the air. Now, that's possible, could be imposed onto Mercedes, in which case they would just have to remove those 4 or 5 different vertical streaks on either side of their crash structure. But the mirrors themselves, they're fine. It's just those vertical streaks potentially aren't fine. So I hope that sort of clears it up. If you've got any other questions about that, then do let me know, or any further clarifications or any other bits of information you have, then let me know and I'll try and get around to that. If ground effect cars return to F1, maybe fan cars will come in the future again. I would love there to be fan cars once again, like the full-on 2-seater F1 cars. I would love that to come back. But oh, you actually mean like physical fan cars? The actual fan car of, oh, what was it? I was thinking actual like 2-seater fan cars that you go around in. Oh, what was the fan car? Was it a Tyrrell in the 80s, 70s, 80s? I think. I want to say the Tyrrell. Was it a Tyrrell? I think it was a Tyrrell. Tyrrell fan. It was a Tyrrell. 1978 had a whopping great big fan. I doubt that would be returning. I very much doubt that would be. Both would be nice. Both would be nice indeed. Have 2-seater Formula One cars, drive some very, very lucky fans around a circuit, and then whack a massive fan on the back of the cars as well. How representative are these test runs of the on-track performance for next week? F1 rookie here. Well, welcome to Formula One. It is a crazy world of just all sorts of mess and garbage, but testing is interesting. You can't really read too much into the testing times, really. It's good to identify the teams that are struggling. So teams that have like low lap counts and slow laps, they're more struggling, but you can't really say that just because Ferrari currently is on top with Carlos Sainz doesn't really mean that Ferrari with Carlos Sainz is going to be P1 in a week's time, because, for instance, they've run the C4 compound of tyre for that lap time, whereas all the other drivers have only ran the C2 and the C3 tyre, hence the large pace difference between Sainz and everybody else. So it's sort of, you have to take it all with a pinch of salt. You don't know the fuel loads, you don't know engine modes, etc., etc. There's so many different variables that we don't know whatsoever around testing. I hope that also clears it up as well. Oh, people were saying it was a Brabham, the Brabham fan car, the Brabham BT46B. Thank you for the people that are far more knowledgeable about F1 history than myself. I go back to about the early 2000s, and then my brain gets a bit foggy with F1 history, even though I've been watching for 12 years now. 12, 13? 13, Brawn, and Vettel's first year in 2010. Yes, that's roughly how long I've been watching for. Where are some other questions? What happens if there is a delam of tire, flailing rubber? It will take out the new. Ooh, that's interesting, actually. How much longer will it take to replace, or will they have to retire? So I'm not sure what will happen if they break those wheel rakes, strakes, wake things. What do we actually call those? Tire wake deflectors, the bits that arch over the front wheels. I'm not sure what will happen if one of those breaks. It would dramatically affect the aero, because they actually are quite beneficial to the aero of these cars. And then to make it so lopsided if you break just one of them, that's a very interesting question. It's a very interesting question. Why does Max have a low lap count? So Verstappen's lap count is currently 63, and he has done all of the sessions so far for Red Bull. So Verstappen only came out in this session about 50 minutes ago. So he was in the garage for the first 90 minutes as they were making significant floor changes and rear of the car changes. They have slightly raised the front edge of the floor. They've also added some cooling louvers to the top of their side pod, and they've done something slightly different to the rear end of their car around the suspension area and the floor at the back of the car. But I'm not 100% sure, as I haven't seen side-by-side comparisons just yet. Questions. How much slower are the tire changes? In like at the actual pit stops? Is that what we mean? Like physical tire changes with the pit stops? Um, I'm not sure because they're bigger. They're a lot heavier and bulkier, so you're going to need some stronger people to run the pit stops. So they could be a bit more awkward to just maneuver. So I would say they might be a little bit slower. Not by much though. Not by much. I hope that clears that up for you. Will Russell beat Hamilton this season? Oh, that's a tough one. I doubt it. I don't see him beating him straight off the bat, unfortunately. Perhaps in the second season that they're teammates, but I don't think it'll happen this year. It would have to take an awful lot of bad luck for Hamilton and some good luck for Russell to beat him. What's the deal with these new tires? Are there just steps in between the old range of tires, or are they actually much softer or harder? So we've still got the five different dry compounds, the C1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then three of which are chosen for each Grand Prix. So Pirelli can choose the C1, 2, and 3 for one, C2, 3, and 4, or C3, 4, and 5. So there's three different tire selections they can choose for each Grand Prix. I believe they're roughly the same softness as last year, but it's a completely different tire makeup. It's lower profile, they're wider. So I think it's all completely different. I don't think there's much of a comparison we can make to last year anymore. Next question. Why has Lando only gone 1 or 2 laps every 20 minutes? That's because McLaren are struggling. There is a bit of I don't know what's going on with McLaren, but they've only done very small stints on the testing tire compound at the minute. So they've done 4 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps, and 3 laps in 4 different stints. So that they haven't really done a great deal, and the car isn't looking overly happy this afternoon, unfortunately for them. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. We have a yellow flag. We have a red flag. We have a red flag somewhere. We've got a red flag. I don't know what for. Although I'm seeing it on my official live timing screen, not on the actual video feed. We've got a Mercedes going slowly. I will try and find out what this red flag is for. We've got an Alpine going very slowly. Ocon is coming to a stop. I'm not sure what this red flag is for. I haven't really seen anything just yet, but there is now a red flag, which has now gone to yellows. Nope, the yellows have just, okay, right. It's very delayed on this video feed, actually, compared to what I've got on my live timing screen. So it is a red flag for Esteban Ocon, who has stopped at around turn 8, I believe that is, just after turn 7 on the exit of the second sector. So we're going to have a small red flag period as every car is to return to the pit lane. Cool, right, a break in the action. So now the timer is still going to continue. So we are going to run the time down still, as we've got 1 hour and 37 minutes left. But there is going to be no on-track action for probably about 10 or 15 minutes, as it doesn't look like a crash or an incident or anything. It's just one stopped car, so it should be very quick to recover, thankfully. But it doesn't look like there have been any coming togethers, as it is just Esteban Ocon in his terribly pink and uglily pink Alpine car. Yeah, I just think the car broke. Alpine have had they haven't had the best of reliability, have they? As Alonso had that issue in Barcelona as well. So they seem quick. But perhaps the reliability isn't quite there because this is the first season that Renault, as it is actually have actually split the turbo up, as that's what Mercedes did in 2014. They split the turbo in half and sort of put it lengthways along in the car, and that's the first time that Renault have done that for this year. So that could potentially be playing havoc with some reliability issues for them, because it doesn't seem like a gearbox issue, as he's still able to change gears. As I'm looking at him going up the gears, 1, 2, 3, but I feel that's more of an engine issue than anything. Oh yeah, potentially. Martin Brundle has just said that it could be a forced run out of fuel test. It seems really stupid to do that, to forcibly run your car out of fuel. But I don't. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. So I don't really agree with that from Martin Brundle there. But yes, there is a red flag at the moment, but I can't imagine this being a particularly long red flag period. So I shall move away from that stream, as there isn't really going to be anything happening for the next 10 or so minutes. So if you've got any questions, then please do put them in the live chat and I'll do my best to answer them. Yeah, so Ocon's Alpine didn't seem to want to take any throttle. They're talking about a fuel run out test, but I've never heard of teams doing a fuel run out test. That doesn't seem that doesn't seem sensible. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Why is there a red flag? Esteban Ocon has stopped at turn number 8. His car is stationary just off of the track at turn number 8. So there is going to be a brief red flag period to recover his car. Until this moment, what do you think? What do you think? Which team has got the best packaged car in terms of look as well as performance? Oh, that's really difficult to push those two together into one answer. So I'm going to split it into two answers. The best looking car, excluding livery. Okay, right. I've changed the parameters of this question again. I'm going to answer it in three parts. The best livery of all of these 10 cars, the best looking car, regardless of livery, and then the so far best performance. So I hope that helps you out. So best livery, I'm going for either Williams, Aston Martin, or Alfa Romeo. They're my three favorite liveries of this season so far. The best looking car, irrespective of livery, is probably Ferrari for me, because I really like their scalloped side pods. And then the best performance car so far, I am also going to go for Ferrari, because they have just been so solid. Their car looks planted. It looks very stable. They've done an awful lot of laps. They haven't had any reliability issues, and they are consistently quick. They've always been in the top portion of these testing timesheets at Barcelona and here at Bahrain. So they're my three answers to your question. I'm aware I sort of tore it up and made it my own there. Right, let's have a look at some other questions here. Love the commentary. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's still got another hour and a half still to go. Hour and a half still to go. What has happened? There has been a red flag for Esteban Ocon's Alpine that has stopped on the exit of turn 8. We are not yet aware of the issue. Some suspect it is a fuel run-out test, which to me just sounds a bit silly, but it feels to me more like a mechanical engine issue. It's certainly not a gearbox issue, as he was able to change gears all the way down to coming to a stop. It seemed like a slow stop for Esteban Ocon. Will Magnussen help Haas to better results? Absolutely. 100%. They finally have an experienced driver back in that car after having a year with two rookies. They were about to have a second year with two rookies, which just wouldn't have done very well at all. But to have Magnussen back in the car again, yes, he's had a year out, but to come back to the same team into this brand new era where literally everyone's on a level playing field, it's a brand new era. So it's definitely going to be good. He's going to be able to get some decent results in. His experience will be very, very appreciated for this team as well. Is Jean Todt returning to Ferrari? I hope not, personally, because he's far too connected and he makes moves very, very quickly between different like high-end bodies. So he was at the top of Ferrari when they were winning with Schumacher. Then he left, and then he literally almost immediately went to the top of the FIA after Max Mosley. And that there should be he should have done what Ross Brawn did and took like 3 or 4 years out of the sport and then come back in. And now to leave the FIA presidency this year, and if he returns to Ferrari again, it's all happened too quickly. There needs to be a significant break between these different things. So that's my take on Jean Todt at the minute. Who is your pick for the championship this season? Right, my pick for the championship this season. So, drivers, I personally have gone for Leclerc and Ferrari. As I've said before, Ferrari just seem to be the better car so far. What we've seen in testing, they seem to be quick when they want to be quick. They seem to be able to do really good long runs, really good race runs, and their reliability is very, very strong. So that's my pick, Ferrari at the time being. What has happened? What has happened currently is there is a red flag for Esteban Ocon's stopped Alpine, as we're not entirely sure on the fault as of yet, but it is possibly an engine issue with the Alpine as he stopped on the exit of turn 8. Which tyres did Carlos Sainz use to set his fastest lap? C4 compound. He did 3 separate stints on the C4, one for 3 laps, one for 4 laps, and then another for 3 laps. And he set his fastest time, which was a 1:33.532 on the C4 compound. In my opinion, why does Todd need a break? If he's willing and able to, why not bring him back? It's because of personal attachment. You need to be able to detach yourself personally because he's going into these high-end roles. You need to detach yourself personally from everything you're cozy with all your relationships, etc. You can't just keep bouncing around at the top end really, really quickly. He needed to do what Ross Brawn did and be at the top of a team and have really good relationships with everybody, and then take a couple of years out and then come back, where you lose all of these sort of strong connections and strong personal connections to everything, so you don't end up being influenced by your own connections. It just seems a bit odd to me to bounce back and forth very quickly. What the hell? Banned active suspension. Active suspension has been banned for a while. And to be honest, it would pretty much solve the porpoising issues, because just think how advanced the active suspension would be now, because the last time it was here was what, 1992, with Nigel Mansell in his Williams. I completely forgot the guy who won in '92, but Nigel Mansell. Just think how advanced it would be now, and it would completely and utterly solve the porpoising issues. But they're not. They're not going to bring it back, unfortunately. Will Vettel get a race win in 2022? Personally, no. I can't see Aston Martin getting anywhere near the podium. The car doesn't look comfortable to drive. It doesn't look overly quick. I know Lance Stroll has the second fastest time at the moment, but it just doesn't look like a happy car at the time being. Why is there a red flag? There is a red flag because Esteban Ocon's car stopped on the exit of turn 8. We are not sure of the issue as of yet, but it was not a crash. It was not a debris issue. It was a mechanical issue with the car, and he is stopped on the exit of turn 8. What do you think of Ferrari's approach to bringing upgrades to the Bahrain tests? I haven't seen any upgrades for Ferrari. I don't know if they were one of the teams that spoke about bringing upgrades. I know Red Bull did. Mercedes never actually said they were bringing an upgrade. It was just that leaked Italian article from an Italian sports journalist site that said they were going to bring a car with virtually no side pods, and they did. So Red Bull have openly said they were bringing upgrades, and I know McLaren did as well. But please do correct me if I'm wrong. If Ferrari did actually say that they were bringing upgrades, I'll try and find that and see if they've brought some, but not that I can see as of yet. Any news on the Mercedes car legality? At the moment, it is 100% legal. There is nothing wrong with it. The only grey area that I can see personally, from my understanding of the rules and regulations, is they've got 4 or 5 vertical sticky up bits on the external crash structure, as normally the side pod or the crash structure is within the side pod, but with Mercedes pretty much removing their side pods, they have to have the external crash structure outside of the car, but they've mounted some aerodynamic devices to this crash structure, and that's about the only gray area that I can see myself with it. Everything with their mirror is perfectly legal, as if you look at everyone else's mirrors, they've all got aerodynamic fins and flappy bits on the mirrors, exactly like Mercedes has. Who has crashed? No one has crashed. It is Esteban Ocon who has stopped due to a mechanical issue on the exit of turn 8. The first 5 to 6 races will be very exciting. That is true. They will be extremely exciting. I'm very excited to see this season happen and to get this season underway. Oh, thank you for the donation, Supermax and the Minister of Defence, for $100 with just one message, which is one word: because. Not sure if there was supposed to be more to go with that, but thank you very much for the donation there. Have we had any more information on when the session will be restarted? No, there is no information yet on when it will be restarted. There's talk about Nikita Mazepin. I'm personally not going to talk about that situation, as I'd rather not get involved with that and say something that I probably shouldn't. So I'm not going to mention anything regarding Nikita Mazepin and the situation that is currently ongoing at the moment. So who is broadcasting the testing? So it is currently live on Sky Sports F1. It is currently live on ESPN and also live on F1 TV. So whichever one of those you have available in your country, you can go and watch those as well. Or I'm sure there's some funny websites that you could go to, which we will not be linking in the chat, but I'm sure there are some funny websites and Twitch things that you can go to as well. Why is there a red flag? There is a red flag because of a stopped Alpine of Esteban Ocon on the exit of turn 8. We believe it is a mechanical issue, as there was no debris or crash incident. What do you think of F1 in 2026? Ooh, lots could happen in 2026. Brand new engine regulations, which again could see the start of a new dominant era, because that's exactly what happened in 2014. But it's also going to be interesting for the fact that Porsche, Audi, and Volkswagen, or I think one of those is actually owned by the Volkswagen Group. Yeah, there's basically more teams and more things, more people coming in, more manufacturers coming into the sport, and it's going to be absolutely incredible to see that happening again. As the session is back underway, we are no longer under red flag conditions. That is on my live timing screen, so it's going to take a couple of minutes to pop up on my Sky stream that I've got at the moment. The red flag was out for the stopped Alpine of Esteban Ocon at the exit of turn 8, but the car has now been recovered and we are under green flag conditions, and the last 1 hour and 22 minutes of testing can get underway. Magnussen is the name to go for, or Haas should have gone with Pietro Fittipaldi. I liked what Gene Haas said about this situation. So Pietro Fittipaldi is their test driver. Pietro Fittipaldi isn't their reserve driver. So he did exactly what he needed to do by filling in for Nikita Mazepin when Mazepin wasn't there in the test. That's exactly what the test driver should do. However, he was not going to be a good fit for the full season. So they had to find a competitive driver that they had decent links with for the full season. And we have another donation from Super Max and the Minister of Defence, 10 Australian dollars. Do you think 2026 Norris on Red Bull? I heard speculation of Norris to Red Bull after his McLaren contract. What do you think of that rumor? Also, have a great evening and great afternoon. Thank you very much for that kind donation and also the kind words to myself as well. It's been a very good afternoon. Now, Norris to Red Bull. That could be very, very interesting indeed. I am not sure because it obviously we now know they want to sort of hire outside of their Red Bull group, but I don't know whether they want to make it a regular feature. I would say no, because then what's the whole point of having a young driver program? But I would definitely like to see Norris in another car that isn't a McLaren. It's just a shame that he signed, or not a shame as such, but he has signed such a long contract to stay for such a long time with McLaren. Has anyone got an update on Daniel Ricciardo? So he is still currently ill at the time being. He was supposed to run today after missing yesterday, but he is still out due to an illness. Not 100% sure on what this illness is or what exactly it entails, but yes, he is still ill for the time being. Mercedes for Lando after Hamilton retires. That would probably be a better fit, but I can't see that happening. I can't see him leaving to Mercedes because chances are Mercedes aren't going to keep winning. You can't keep winning. So they're going to have to take a downward spiral. So it would probably be a bad idea to move to Mercedes in the next couple of years, as you're going to have to take a downward spiral at some point, as you can't continue winning. It's not possible. What is the future of F1 if street cars will be replaced by electric cars? Do you think those facts are related, or will fuel racing continue if the regular cars don't have combustion engines? Now, that is an exceptional question, but I don't think that's going to come into effect anytime soon because, yes, electric cars are here and they are growing in popularity with the help of electric charging stations, as so far that's the only thing that's really holding electric cars back, is the physical charging of them isn't accessible to everybody, or it takes far too long. So that's the only thing that's really holding it back. But what would actually help is if F1 actually goes a little bit more electric and helps develop batteries and all sorts of electric charging capabilities and all sorts, as the amount of design innovations that come from Formula One and slowly filter down into our everyday road cars is significant. So if F1 is pushing for more electric sides of racing like Formula E, but obviously F1 is a much bigger scale than Formula E, it would help significantly with electric car manufacturers, but it's going to take an awful long time for that to happen. We're talking a couple of decades to filter out all of the combustion cars and make every single new car only electric. It's going to take a while. Does the dirty air issues, or is there dirty air issues, or is it no more? So the dirty air issues still exist. It's always going to exist, but it is significantly reduced for this year. So it was said to be about, I think, what do they say, 70% or 60% or something like that, with drivers saying that they can get close, and can notice a difference, but there's still an issue when you get really close to the car in front. So I don't think we're going to see cars following properly nose to tail for several corners, but we're going to see cars able to follow in that sort of DRS second to 2 second boundary a lot more easier without having to pull out to cool the car, to get out of their dirty air, essentially. We're going to see a lot less of that. Oh, I've been speaking for a little while and I've missed an awful lot of questions. I did see one about Mercedes, but I can't find it. Oh, lots of talk about hydrogen fuel. Um, Hydrogen fuel is an interesting one. I can't see it. I can't see it coming in. There needs to be a lot of change with hydrogen fuel at the moment, as it's not exactly the world's most accessible thing on the planet. So it could exist, but it's not. It wouldn't be a wise decision, in my opinion. It wouldn't be a wise decision. This might be a difficult one to not give an opinion on at this stage, but who do you think will be the worst performing team based on what we've seen so far? So, what we've seen so far, I would have to put the three teams at the bottom, as I like doing things in threes because I don't really want to single out one particular team. Uh, Unfortunately, Haas, because they are just struggling a lot, really unfortunately, because they've had so much time put into this season. Alfa Romeo, for the same reasons like they were struggling in Barcelona, and Aston Martin. I think they are the three teams that are going to be at the bottom, unfortunately. I don't really want to single out just the one team, so I'm going to keep it at just those three for the time being. If you've got any other opinions, then also let me know in the comments down below, and I'll do my best to come up with those. How is Mercedes not getting damage with that little side pods? It's not going to cause any damage at all. I mean, unless someone hits into them, but no, I don't think it's going to cause any damage. It may cause some cooling issues, potentially, or as Lewis Hamilton goes a little bit wide on the exit of turn 13, that was, as 14 and 15 of the last two. No, it's not going to cause any damage, but there is definitely possibly going to be some cooling issues as they're running that big tape rectangle once again over their first set of cooling louvers on either side above the side pods. So they're probably looking at the effect of the cooling limitations that they've got with their cars at the moment. They should bring back active suspension. Absolutely, I agree with that. They need to bring back active suspension. It would fix all of these porpoising issues and make the ride of the Formula One cars so much better because they are so bloody stiff at the minute. The suspension on them has to be so stiff because of the ground effect. It's looking at Hamilton. That's ridiculous. That replay that I'm watching right now. That is just that's just bouncing up in the air. He's even got the floor stay as well. Ay ay ay. No, that was bad. Yeah, that was very bad porpoising there on the Mercedes of Hamilton. Blimey. But the thing is, active suspension would just fix that in a moment. Yeah, the Mercedes does have a bit of an unstable rear at the time being. Yes, it does. Yeah, they will all jump. Yep, they're all going to jump. They're all going to jump up and down. It's going to be really painful. If anyone has seen that clip of Pierre Gasly yesterday on his fast lap where we're looking at his helmet, it looks like his helmet's going to fall off. Like that, your neck must hurt so bad from that bouncing up and down, literally being pulled up and down. If they're going to have to do that for an hour and a half for a whole race distance, that's going to be so uncomfortable, absolutely uncomfortable. As again, we're watching it on the Alfa Romeo of Guan Yu Zhou. He's bouncing up and down. His helmet's bobbling up and down. It can't be comfortable. It really, really can't be comfortable. The Merc is bouncing. Reminds me of a fish out of water. Exactly. It is like a fish out of water. That's exactly what it is. Bouncing up and down. Oh, it's exam season in India. Wish me luck. Good luck. Good luck for your exams. Hope they go well. They're not the most enjoyable things on the planet, but hope you do well. Oh, another wide moment for Yuki Tsunoda as that car is covered in Flovis paint. Blimey. It's got a lot of Flovis paint everywhere on the front wings, the suspension, the rear diffuser. Oh, we've got a stopped car. We have a stopped car of Lando Norris in the McLaren. He has come to a halt. The electric is still running because he's got the red flashy lights on the back, but the car is stopped and he is on track at the moment. We're trying to work out where he is. Another red flag. It's another red flag. Norris is standing still on the pit exit. Okay, he's on the pit exit. We have another red flag in testing. That's 2 in less than an hour. So we're going to have another small little break from the on-track action as all the cars are returning to the pits as Lando Norris has come to a stop. I believe that's more of an electrical issue because everything is all off, unless he's already turned it off, but we'll get some replays in a little bit on that one. But yes, Lando Norris has stopped and there is now a red flag. Where can I watch? You can watch this on Sky F1, you can watch this on F1 TV or ESPN, or whichever section of that is available in your particular country. Yes, there is a red flag. There is a red flag for Lando Norris, who has stopped at the pit exit. Red Bull will dominate thanks to Adrian Newey. Potentially. I haven't seen anything to show that Red Bull are going to be a championship contending team, but equally you can say the same about Mercedes. They haven't shown much pace, either of those two teams, compared to Ferrari, McLaren, AlphaTauri as well. So yeah, I'm not sure yet. It would be unwise to bet against that, but we'll have to wait and see. Why is there a red flag? There is a red flag because Lando Norris has stopped on the pit exit as his McLaren engineers are walking down to collect the car. Again, completely unsure as to whether this is an electrical issue or a mechanical issue, but there will be again another short red flag period, probably of about 10, 15 minutes or so, as there is 1 hour and 11 minutes left on this session. Yeah, Lando Norris is just standing by his car. He's actually trying to push it back right now. He's trying to push the car back to the pit lane towards his mechanics, as he doesn't really want to leave it because there's not even any marshals around it. But equally, the car's safe. It's got its green lights on, so it's electrically it is safe, which is all good. Well, that's going to be hard work pushing that car up the hill. These cars are heavy this year, as the minimum weight is 795. And most cars are overweight, so we're pushing 800 kilos plus the fuel as well. So we're looking at around 850 kilos. They're heavy cars, these ones. Heavy cars. Lando pushing the car reminds me of Lewis back in Hockenheim. Yes, he was pushing his car back in Hockenheim, wasn't he? Qualifying, I remember. That was, as he qualified P14 and then went on to win the race in the wet. Is Ferrari just the hype for this season? Potentially, very much potentially. It could be the team that performs really well in testing and then just doesn't perform well in the actual season. Much like 2019. Sorry to bring that season up, Ferrari fans. But yeah, 2019 Ferrari, they pretty much dominated testing and everyone said Ferrari is going to be the team to beat. And then Mercedes go on to get 5 1-2s in a row and then 8 victories in a row or something stupid like that. Why is there a red flag? There is a red flag because Lando Norris has stopped at the pit exit and he and his mechanics are currently pushing the car back into the pit lane. So I imagine we're only going to be under red flag for about another 10 minutes or so. Why does it take so long to get a stopped car back to the pits? That's actually a good question. Obviously, you've got to push the car to a safe place where it can either be picked up by a crane or in the case of Lando Norris here, it's got to be pushed back to the pit lane. But if you think about it, tracks are long. Tracks are long places. So you've got to, in the case of Lando Norris with the pit lane, McLaren are what they finished fourth last year, so they're the fourth garage from the front. So they're all the way at the far end of the pit lane. So the mechanics have got to run all the way down the pit lane, out of the exit, all the way down to nearly the first corner of the track, downhill, get the car, and then push it all the way back uphill into the pit lane. So that is definitely going to take like 10 plus minutes. But yeah, it does take a little while to get things back underway. And then I think for red flags, we need a 10-minute warning for a restart. I think it's something like that. And we're currently watching Ted Kravitz almost walk into all of the overhead beam things for the pit lane gantries and stuff. Is the RB18 faster than the W13? Don't know. I could not tell you. I could not tell you whether the RB18 is faster than the W13. By the looks of things, looking at from what I've looked at from speed trap data, from tire running and potential fuel loads and stuff, I would have to put the W13 above the RB18. But it's testing. You just don't know. You just don't know what engine modes they're running. You definitely don't know the fuel loads that they're running. You have absolutely no idea. So I don't know on that one. What's the biggest problem with the Aston Martin car? I was really hoping they would be strong. I think a lot of us were hoping that Aston Martin would be strong. I think a lot of us were, especially after the year they had last year, being hampered by that regulation change of the floor cutout and also the rear diffuser strakes being slashed in half. But the biggest problem this year with the car, it just seems so unstable. It just seems so unstable in every aspect of driving. It's quick, as evident. It's Lance Stroll is second and Sebastian Vettel's P8 with relatively quick lap times, but it just doesn't seem like a comfortable car to drive, and there seems to be a lot of niggles with the car at the minute. Is this the best looking safety car of the season? Yes, absolutely. It is a lovely looking safety car this year. It's beautiful. It looks kind of like, if anyone remembers, I'm not sure how worldwide these games are, but Need for Speed, the old PlayStation 2 game, Need for Speed Most Wanted, not the new remake that they put on the PS3. That one was terrible, but the old Need for Speed Most Wanted for the PlayStation 2. It looks like a modified car for that game, and it just looks incredible, absolutely incredible. I do hope that Need for Speed actually is a well-known thing outside of the UK. I do hope so. Otherwise, I'm going to look like a bit of an idiot just there. Is it just the Mercedes safety cars? No, Aston Martin also have their safety cars as well this year. I believe it's split 50-50 again. Need for Speed Most Wanted was the OG. It was a brilliant game, as we are green flag once again for the last hour and 3 minutes of this, the second day of testing here at Bahrain. It is all green flag with Guan Yu Zhou back out on track for Alfa Romeo. A Bugatti safety car? What? We don't want a Bugatti safety car. We don't need that. Is there one? Oh, no, I'm doubting if there's a Bugatti safety car or not. What do you think about the Mercedes side pod design? I love it. I like innovation like this. It is absolutely beautiful to see so many different designs. But personally, my favorite side pod design is Ferrari. That just looks incredible. But the Mercedes one is so far out of the box of what we thought was going to happen this year. It's incredible. It's so awesome to see it. It's so good to see it, but we're yet to fully see the extent of what it will do performance wise. But yeah, it is really good. It's really cool, because that was our biggest fear, wasn't it, heading into this year, that all the cars were going to look the same. The regulations are too restrictive for what the engineers can do. And look at the variation. Look at the variation that we've got. It's incredible. Need for Speed 20 or Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005. It was a 2005 game. It's still my favorite Need for Speed. The 2012 version was not really good. Yeah, I will agree with that. But I'm very glad to hear that it's not just a British thing. I'm thankful for that. And lots of people talking about that Mercedes side pod. Lots of people talking about it. It definitely got the paddock stirred, didn't it? Because there was the Italian news article leaked a couple of days before the Bahrain test that said Mercedes are bringing a B-spec car, although Mercedes haven't officially called it a B-spec car yet, that would run virtually without side pods. And everyone was going, no, not a chance. They'd be crazy to do that. Ludicrous. And look at who we are. Bahrain, and they've literally got the tiniest, smallest side pods possible that fit within the regulations. It's incredible. It's incredible. Why does Verstappen always destroy his teammate? Don't know. At first, for the first couple of years with those, I like with the wide Formula One cars from 2017 onwards, Red Bull built the car to Verstappen, so it was always built to Verstappen, and then he never really had a teammate for long enough who could get used to the car that was purposefully built to be driven by Max Verstappen as he goes wide at turn 4 once again. But that, I think that's part of the problem. Is they would build a car to Verstappen's driving style, and only he could really maximize it and drive it, and it would be a struggle for other drivers to come in and do the same, as well as Verstappen just being exceptionally bloody good. He's just a bloody good driver, and to put someone up against him in exactly the same way that people were complaining at Bottas for not performing on Hamilton's level, you're comparing your standard run-of-the-mill Formula One driver to one of the greatest in the generations. It's really tough to do that, but that's part of the reason why they dominate their teammates in the way that they do. Again, a little bit of a tangent, but we'll move back to some questions. The Mercedes car is kind of ugly. What? Oh, I disagree with that. It's not the best looking car, but I wouldn't say it was ugly. Gonna have to say you're a Max Verstappen fan with that, as he was the one that called it ugly as well. He said the silver was boring and the side pods look weird. I think he said in an interview. Oh, Hamilton going green in sector 2, but not purple. What's this lap going to be? A 1:35.4. He improves by 1/10 of a second, and he is P5 or stays P5 even. But he is put on the C4. Oh, blimey, I keep belching. Sorry about that. He's put on the C4 compound of tyre, has Lewis Hamilton, as he goes P5 with a 1:35.4. Do you agree that the Mercedes looks unstable? Yes, the Mercedes does look unstable. It can't really get the power down super well, especially in Lewis Hamilton's hands. George Russell this morning looked incredible. He looked really planted and very stable. But since changing to Hamilton, I don't know whether they've changed setups or whether it's the driving style. I have no idea. But it doesn't look as stable. And the porpoising for Hamilton is so much worse than what we saw with Russell. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Yeah, Hamilton's head was banging like a rock star. Exactly that. As he goes wide once again at turn 4. Turn 4 and turn 10 of this circuit, the teams have been struggling with so much this year. As we've got Kevin Magnussen. Kevin Magnussen is back out on track. Oh, that's really good to see. That's incredible to see. Oh, that's so cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Yes, the C4 is the soft compound of tyres. So at testing, we have access to all 5 of the dry, slick compound of tyres, C1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, with C4 and 5 being classed as soft, C3 being the medium, and then C1 and 2 being the hard. But when we go to any race weekend, Pirelli choose 3 of the 5 compounds available, and then they get the titles soft, medium, and hard for the 3 different compounds that get chosen. Will this be the last season for Sergio Perez? Is his contract up for this year? Does it run out at the end of this year? But I'm not sure. It really depends on how well he performs, because if he has another lackluster year like 2021, I think yes. But if he does perform well and he does match Verstappen slash beat Verstappen, then no. But if he struggles again, I can't see him being retained for much longer, because that's not what Red Bull do. If your driver is struggling, Red Bull will axe you and put someone else in the car. That's just how they work. As we're currently on board with Kevin Magnussen, who is running the C3 compound of tyre, who is also bouncing up and down, as they've also got quite a large floor stay at the back of their car. But he's not going very quickly as Kevin Magnussen whatsoever. This is going to be a 137, 136.6. A 136.6 for Kevin Magnussen there. So that's a tenth slower than his personal best at the moment. This is K-Mag's redemption season. I don't think there's anything really to redeem. He's always extracted the most out of the Haas machinery that he can do. In 2018 and 2017 especially, he was exceptional. 2019 qualifying, he was incredible. So I wouldn't really say there's anything to redeem. And then in 2020, I think he scored pretty much the majority of Haas's points. Oh God, that porpoising on the Haas is ridiculous. Nah, that can't be. Oh, this isn't good. It looks so uncomfortable. It looks really uncomfortable. It looks so uncomfortable to be in a car that bounces up and down that violently. Oh God. How much titles will Ham have at the end of his career? Now, being British, I would love him to win one more title as Norris goes wide at turn 11. But I would love Hamilton to win just one more title. However he wants to win it, I would just like him to win one more. So 8. That's my opinion. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where things end up. Has the Mercedes new side pod design made it faster or slower? Not sure, because Mercedes haven't yet ran the C4 competitively yet. Hamilton just has. Russell hasn't. So Hamilton has done one stint so far on the C4 compound of tyre, and he's just come back out on the C4, where his fastest lap at the minute is a 1:35.4. So potentially it's slower, but it's really difficult to say what they're doing with engine modes, what they're doing with fuel loads, etc. It's difficult to say. Whereas you'd have to go in Barcelona, they went for a qualifying run, as that's why they were so quick on the C5 compound. So you'd have to say they went for speed in Barcelona, but they haven't gone for speed here. So it's hard to tell if it's been quicker or slower. Sainz is currently out on an outlap. Sainz is currently out on track at the minute, setting lap times. He's currently admittedly slow sectors, not personal best sectors, but he is out on track running. Is the Ferrari porpoising bad too? It's porpoising, but it's not porpoising bad, as every team does. But it's just not. It's not bad. Haas and Mercedes and AlphaTauri have been the worst that I've seen so far. But the Ferrari hasn't seemed too bad, but it still does. It still does. Oh, here we go. Here's the question once again that I've answered a couple of times before. Are the Mercedes mirrors legal? So the Mercedes mirrors themselves, I think yes, because every team has these little aerodynamic winglets on the mirrors themselves, and the mirrors have to be attached to something, and Mercedes can only mount them to the external crash structure. The only thing that I think is going to be an issue with Mercedes is they run these 4 or 5 vertical sticky uppy bits on the crash structure. That's about the only thing that I see an issue with. The mirrors themselves, I think, are perfectly legal and there is no issue with them, but definitely those vertical sticky up bits on top of the crash structure are potentially going to be an issue. Oh, this is one of my perfect questions, actually, that no one has asked yet. I don't understand why these expensive wind tunnels did not predict porpoising. So this is actually a largely complex question. So it was always a phenomenon that is known, that is known it will exist with these ground effect cars. So they always knew it was going to happen. However, a wind tunnel tests on what's called a rolling road, essentially a treadmill for a car. There is a large metal like arm that comes down from the ceiling that fixes the car at a set like ride height to this floor. The floor is then what moves up and down to move the suspension. So the actual car does not move on the y-axis. It does not move at all. It is fixed stationary. The only thing that moves is the rolling road itself. That moves up and down. But then equally, if you think about it, the floor has to be flexible in order to curve underneath to come back around, as it's a big belt. So it has to be flexible. Now, with these ground effect cars, as they start working and the ground effect starts working, it starts sucking the car to the floor. But as the car is fixed on the y-axis by this big metal arm connecting to where the TV camera is, the flexible belt actually rises up to the bottom of the car. And that is a significant problem. And thus they cannot at all predict porpoising and run porpoising in the wind tunnel, because it just cannot happen. It cannot and will not ever happen in a wind tunnel because the conditions aren't what it's like on a racetrack. And then none of their rigs in the factories have the capabilities to run and effect of what porpoising will actually be like with an accurate model of their car. So the only time they could test porpoising was when they got to the circuit in Barcelona. So I hope that explains it a little bit for you. And I hope that explains it again to everybody else as well. Yeah, someone's just said, damn, this guy actually knows his stuff. Yes, I do enjoy my Formula One knowledge. It is rather good. It's rather good. Red Bull seems to be consistently using a harder tyre. Wonder if they're hiding something. Max doesn't seem worried at all about the side pod issue. That's just Max's demeanor, isn't it? Max's demeanor is always, oh, we'll see what happens. I don't care what everyone else is doing. I'll focus on myself and what our team is doing. That's always Verstappen's demeanor. But he has been using the C2 all day. He hasn't used anything. He's used the testing tire compound twice, and that's it. I think actually, no, he's currently on the softs. I tell a lie. He's currently on the C4 compound of tire at the moment. So he might just put in a quick lap, but he has run a lot of relatively short stints on the hard compound of tire for the time being. Is the Red Bull looking different? Not significantly. Not significantly different. So they said they were bringing an update package that would be completely visible to the eye, that it would be completely different. But the only difference that I can see is they have slightly raised the front angle of the floor, the leading edge of the floor, up a little bit. That's the bit that's slightly in front of the side pod that they've sort of curved to make into a mini barge board. They've increased that angle ever so slightly. They have then added an enormous array of cooling louvers on top of the side pod to help extract some of the warm air from the engine out towards the back of the rear wing in a very similar fashion to what Aston Martin have got. And then finally, they have done something to the rear edge of the floor, to the trailing edge of the floor, but I can't quite pinpoint exactly what has changed as of yet. But I personally wouldn't say that this is the big update package that we've been expecting from Red Bull, because nothing significantly visual has changed to the car like they have put so much emphasis on. They've put so much emphasis on this being a big visual update package. And to me, this isn't a big visual update package. It's just a small little change, which took an hour and a half of this afternoon session. Again, hope that clears it up for you. Let's have a look. Some more questions here. Well, actually, no. What's going on? What's going on in the testing world? I've done a lot of questions just recently. What's going on in testing? Let's give a little rundown of that. So we've currently got 15 lap times set as we enter the last 45 minutes of this, the second day of preseason testing here in Bahrain. We've got Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari running fastest, 1:33.5, which is the fastest time so far in Bahrain. That was set on the C4 compound of tyre. We've then got Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin, half a second behind that, a 1:34 flat. Then we've got Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton has just popped up into P3 as we're currently on board with him. 1:34.1, also on the C4 compound of tyre. Max Verstappen, a 1:34.2, again on the C4, but he has done a lot of running on the C2, and he missed about 90 minutes of the afternoon session to slightly change up his car. Esteban Ocon, who led most of the morning, has done a 1:34.276, about half a tenth down on Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc, a 1:34.36. Lando Norris, a 1:35.7. A large gap between Leclerc and Norris, but Norris has been struggling with some car issues, and the McLaren this afternoon doesn't look happy whatsoever. Then we get Sebastian Vettel in the second Aston Martin, a 1:36 flat. Kevin Magnussen on his return to Formula One, a 36.5, half a second down on Vettel. Then we get Yuki Tsunoda, Valtteri Bottas, Mick Schumacher, George Russell in the Mercedes, a 1:38.58. But Russell did an enormous amount of race runs, 5 or 6 stints that were about 15 to 20 laps long, totaling 67 laps in the morning, always on the C2 tyre. So the car was going to be heavy with fuel, and he only topped about 295 kph in the speed traps, which was about 15 to 20 kph down on the fastest speed trap times. So we can see that the engine modes on George Russell's Mercedes weren't particularly high. Then finally, we get Nicholas Latifi, a 1:39.8, and then Guan Yu Zhao, a 1:39.984. But he's done a respectable 42 laps this session, which is very, very strong. So as we enter the final 45 minutes of this session, I will pop back to a couple of the questions, as I spoke for just a brief moment there. So hopefully there have been a couple interesting ones that popped up. So if this actually attaches onto my wind tunnel discussion as well. So if the wind tunnel cannot predict or mimic the porpoising, how do they solve this problem? By solving it in testing. In these testings, that's what we see. So if you're looking at pictures, live pictures now, we can see on the Mercedes there is this essentially like a large metal cable tie that goes from the rear of the car, attached just below the rear suspension, to the far corner of the trailing edge of the floor. Now this is what's called a floor stay, and this will limit the flexibility of the rear floor. So it will essentially stop the rear floor from coming into contact with the ground, and thus sealing the car and creating the ground effect. So it will stop the ground effect from working. So it will then stop the porpoising issue. Equally, teams in Barcelona, it was reported they were cutting very small but noticeable holes in their floors, again towards the rear end. This is to allow air from underneath the car to escape out onto the top of the floor, and thus not sealing it. So it reduces the impact of the ground effect, and thus reduces the impact of the porpoising issue. But reducing the impact of the ground effect will slow the cars down. So it comes at a massive trade-off of, do you want to reduce ground effect and reduce porpoising but slow you down so you have a more comfortable and manageable ride, or do you increase ground effect and increase the porpoising, having an uncomfortable ride, but a quick car. But equally, the porpoising issue, depending on its severity, will cause damage. It will cause damage to the underfloor of these cars, as they are now significantly intricate with all sorts of different turning vanes underneath, as we've seen a complex picture of the Williams underside of the floor, and the car bouncing up and down, whacking the bottom of the circuit, lap after lap after lap after lap, is not going to do the floor any good whatsoever. So they have to solve it here in testing on track. Hopefully that also answers that question there for you. Will Ocon go back? Go back where? I'm assuming back to the top. Probably not, as Carlos Sainz has quite a comfortable half a second margin at the top to Lance Stroll, and then a 6/10 margin over to Lewis Hamilton, as Lando Norris is pushing quite hard, actually, as he goes wide at turn 4. He's half a tenth down on his personal best at the moment. Down and through into turn 8. He hit the apex nicely there. But again, if you listen to the onboards of these cars, you can hear when they start to porpoise, because they whack the ground, and you can hear the car hitting the ground a lot as it starts scraping the bottom. As we head into turn 11, he managed turn 10 quite nicely. There were no issues at turn 10 at all. On the power, really nice and early there. How fast is he going? 7/10 down on Carlos Sainz. So it's not going to be a quick lap here from Lando Norris, but it's definitely one of the better laps I've seen from the McLaren, as they have been suffering significantly from various issues and niggles and performance troubles in this afternoon session. The morning ran really smoothly, but this afternoon hasn't quite gone to plan. As Lando Norris crosses the line, he goes up to P7, a 1:34.609. And yes, that was on the C3 compound of tyre, the medium compound of tyre. Has Mercedes lost downforce because of their side pod design? Almost definitely no, because they wouldn't have opted to go down that route of designing something that loses downforce. That's an extremely backwards step to do. So the only reason they'd have designed that is because it increased the downforce and it increased the performance of the car. As we watch a little ding-dong battle with, who's this? Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen. Oh, Verstappen, what are you doing? Verstappen? Oh my Lord. That was close. Come on, guy. It's testing, for God's sake. You don't have to be so aggressive. It's testing. Calm down. Okay, that was almost a crash there. That was almost a crash. There. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a lot of action for testing here. But like it's testing. You don't have to be so aggressive when it comes to overtaking and getting. Yeah, the season hasn't started. Calm down. Exactly. Yeah, so the drag will be reduced significantly on the Mercedes because they no longer have a whopping great big side pod taking up a lot of the airflow, and the downforce will be increased. That's the way that these teams work. They don't work to decrease downforce. They like downforce, especially with these ground effect cars. So the only way it's gonna affect them is in the cooling. They may not be able to cool the car enough. However, if you've been looking at sort of Twitter an awful lot, there are rumors that Mercedes have been partnered with what company was it called? Reaction Engines. That was just a rumor that's been announced on Twitter from Pat Simmons, who spoke earlier in this morning's session. And now Reaction Engines work an awful lot with spaceships and intercoolers with spaceships and stuff. So it's possible that they have worked out something extremely neat with some cooling arrays with reaction engines to be able to create such a tightly packed and narrow car. Did Max crash? No, but he had a little ding-dong battle with Carlos Sainz. Had a little ding-dong battle with Carlos Sainz. Chemical cooling? No, probably not chemical cooling, no. But just different like elements to use in cooling, like heat sinks and stuff to transfer heat away from different areas that are used in literal rocket ships to get sent up into space. And now it's being used in a Formula One car to win races. It seems really bizarre. It seems really bizarre. Why a red flag? Is there a red flag? There is not. There's not currently a red flag. At the moment, there have been 2 red flags in this afternoon session for stopped cars of Esteban Ocon and Lando Norris, but there is not currently a red flag at the moment. Do you think Ferrari are faster than the rest of the grid? You'd have to say yes. You can't say no, because they have had an exceptional test. They have been reliable. They've put in an enormous amount of laps. They are quick. They haven't had any issues. Whereas you look at Mercedes, you look at Red Bull, you look at McLaren, you look everywhere else, there are issues. The only team that hasn't had the issues is Ferrari. So you would have to say yes, that Ferrari is the benchmark. Ferrari is the faster car, but at the same time, you're torn down by this fact of it's testing. You just don't know all of the variables. No one knows all of the variables. So we'll have to wait and see. It's a week. We have to wait a week to find out the true pecking order. Just 1 week. How is Red Bull doing? Red Bull seems to be doing okay at the minute in the hands of Max Verstappen. So they had about 90 minutes of missed time in the afternoon session due to making some changes to the front of the floor, the rear of the floor, and adding some cooling louvers to the top of their side pod as well. But Max Verstappen is currently out on track at the moment running the hard compounder tyre after having a small little ding-dong battle with Carlos Sainz. Who has set the fastest lap? Or who has set the first fastest lap? First fastest lap? I don't know who set the first fastest lap. I know Esteban Ocon was leading for most of the morning. We're currently on board with Yuki Tsunoda, who's porpoising up and down, up and down, up and down. Gets a bit out of shape in turn 11. Again, the AlphaTauri doesn't look promising. Doesn't look promising. Does seem bizarre because the cost cap, the technology developed in these cars is supposed to be applicable to road cars. Merck is smart. The FIA should do its job better. I guess that's in relation to their partnership or their possible partnership with Reaction Engines, courtesy of Pat Simmons information. I agree. It's not exactly going to be technology that can be filtered down to our average road cars, like essentially Formula One is supposed to do. You can't really bring spaceship quality heat sinks down into everyday road cars, but we'll see. Is the AlphaTauri looking bad an indication that Red Bull are not frontrunners this year? So that's an interesting question about as we watch Yuki Tsunoda get all out of shape at turn 13. But that's an interesting topic of conversation between the relationship of AlphaTauri and Red Bull. So they are sister teams and they do follow a very similar design philosophy. But the key difference between these two cars is the front suspension setup. The Red Bull is push rod and the AlphaTauri is pull rod, or it could be vice versa. But they're different front suspension setups. They both have very similar side pod designs, but the Red Bull is more significantly undercut. So they're going to be slightly different, but they definitely follow the same sort of design philosophy as they always have, being sister teams. So potentially, but I think Red Bull just have a better control over the issues that AlphaTauri are clearly and visually struggling with. So having no side pods may or may not help, and only time would tell. Exactly that. So we don't know the benefit of having no side pods, because if they can effectively cool the car, then it has to be a positive, because it's reducing the drag, it makes the cars more streamlined, and it allows better work on the surface of the floor because there is physically more floor area as you no longer have a side pod in the way. So it's got to be a good thing, but you just don't know if it's going to be a good thing with their cooling. But we should have to wait and see. Like you say, only time will tell. Which tyre is Ham currently running? He's currently running the C4 at the moment. His C4 time was a 1:34.1, and he's currently running the C4 at the moment as he's about to cross the line in a couple of seconds' time, and he's set, say, 1:35 flat. Oh, no, sorry, 1:34.8. My timing's a bit off. 1:34.8 on the C4. How about the Aston Martin? The Aston Martin's an interesting case. I've spoken about it a little bit before. They seem to be a team that is struggling. So I would say that P2 time of Lance Stroll is extremely deceiving. That was set on the C4, I believe. That time was set on the C4 tire, but the car setup doesn't look happy. The car doesn't look happy in any instance. It porpoises a fair bit, not an awful lot, not as much as some other teams. It just doesn't look happy. And even in Sebastian Vettel's capable hands, or as capable as you want to be hands, it just doesn't look like a happy car to drive. So I would have to put AMR at the back end of the grid. Yeah, very twitchy car for the Mercedes. Yes, I was just watching some of those onboards of Lewis Hamilton, and he seems to be a bunch more twitchy than George Russell. So I don't know whether they've changed setup, whether they've changed ride heights, suspension stiffness. One thing they have actually done for Hamilton is they've added the floor stay. They didn't have that for George Russell's running in this morning. So that's the only difference that I've seen so far that's confirmed between the two cars. But it definitely looks a lot more unstable in Hamilton's hands than it does in Russell's hands. Zhao is stuck in fourth gear. Is Zhao stuck in fourth gear? Zhao isn't even on track currently. Is that? I may have missed that. Possibly because he may have come into the pits being stuck in fourth gear. Potentially, I didn't see that. I may have been looking at a question instead. No, the pink ice cream. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it being pink. It shouldn't be pink. It definitely shouldn't be pink. Where can we watch live racing for free? You'll have to find some funny websites. Otherwise, you'll have to pay for Now TV, Sky, ESPN, or F1 TV. But you'll have to go and find some funny websites to go and find it. Bonotto says can fix it. It's number one. What's that in relation to? Oh, as we're off out again with Yuki Tsunoda. Do you agree that Lewis will be beaten by Russell this season? I don't know. I personally can't see it happening. I personally can't see Hamilton being beaten. Elaborate on the car is not happy. I've said that about a couple of cars. I assume that was in relation to the Aston Martin conversation. So it, as in happy, have you ever seen a video of the Ferrari of 2014 of Fernando Alonso at Silverstone? And every corner he goes into, it's understeer, it's oversteer, it's twitchy. You can't get the throttle down. It's an uncomfortable car to watch being driven. That's the feeling I get when I watch the Aston Martin. It understeers, it oversteers, it twitches. They can't get the power down quickly enough. It just doesn't look like a happy car to drive. That's what I mean by happy. So I hope that sort of explains it for you. How much is Mercedes sandbagging? Very, very difficult to tell. Very, very difficult to tell because you just don't know. For George Russell, you'd have to say an awful lot because, as I've said before, in this sort of 2 hour session that I've been part of for the time being, he only really ran the hard compound of tyre for long race distance, is like long stints of about 15 to 20 laps. And he didn't set very quick lap times. He was never opening the DRS. He was never really attacking any of the corners. So for George Russell, you'd have to say a lot. Whereas Lewis Hamilton, he's quite happily now for, if I scroll along a little bit, for three separate stints of about 5 or 6 laps, run the C4 compound. And you'd have to say has set some competitive lap times of a 1:34.1, which admittedly is 6/10ths down on Carlos Sainz's C4 time of a 33 flat. But if we remember, Sainz did get a very, very significant slipstream from Lewis Hamilton. So it's all up for grabs. It's all up for grabs. In the long stints, which team has had the best pace so far? That's a good question. I don't actually have access to like lap time history, so I can't actually look at consecutive lap times that people set. I can only look at their current and their best lap times. I can look at their number of laps of their stints, but based on what I have seen, I'd have to say George Russell in the Mercedes because he's just confident. The car was planted and stable, and it was performing well and doing competitive lap times on the hard compound. So in that regard, I'd have to say Mercedes, but I haven't really seen anyone else do many long runs or paid attention too much to anyone else on long runs. No, we're just currently watching Red Bull absolutely douse their car with Flovis paint. It's absolutely covered in it on the underside of the floor as Lando Norris locks up heavily into turn one as well. So Red Bull goes off as they are testing a very slightly different leading edge of the floor. It's ever so slightly raised up compared to what it was a couple or yesterday even, and what we saw at Barcelona as well. It's Flovis paint. That was the sauce that they were applying to the car. It was literally in like squeezy sauce bottles, like ketchup bottles or something that you find at a burger stand. But yeah, it's Flovis paint that they were just squirting all over the car. Will Danny Rick drive tomorrow? I sure hope so, but he's been ill for 2 days now, so I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. What tire is Carlos Sainz on? Carlos Sainz is currently running the medium compound, the C3 compound of tire. And yes, McLaren still having a couple of issues. They haven't had the smoothest of afternoon sessions. Some people saying it's a brake issue with McLaren. I don't know 100% on what the issue is, but definitely they haven't had the smoothest of running in this afternoon session at all. As we approach 20 minutes still to go, I am just going to briefly go for 1 minute whilst I pop to the toilet. If you pop any questions in the chat, I will come back in just 1 minute's time for the final 20 minutes of this session. And there we go. I am all back. Apologies for that small little break, as we've got 21 minutes left of this afternoon's session. We've got people saying that Verstappen is on a push lap on the soft compound of tyres. We're currently on board with Max Verstappen at the moment, as he is on the C4 compound. Let's have a look. Oh, a little bit twitchy on the exit of 13 down the straight. So he's done 2 personal best sectors 1 and 2. As we head into turns 14 and turns 15, a little bit squirrely on the exit of 15. DRS wide open, and across the line, he goes P2. P2 for Max Verstappen there. He's 4/10 down on Carlos Sainz, also on the same compound of tyre. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. But there was definitely a little moment that he had on the exit of 15. He got on the curbs and sort of rode them a little bit. Oh, again, Aston Martin and Lance Stroll having another lockup. I think that's down into turn 7, turn 8. Like I've mentioned before, it's not a happy car. It's not a happy car. Why has that not updated? Update, please. There we go. So Lance Stroll is currently 3rd at the time being, as Max Verstappen has just gone 2nd on the C4 compound of tyre, as he set a relatively quick lap, his quickest lap so far of this session. As Hamilton is also out once again on the C4 compound of tyres. So this will be his 4th stint on a set of C4 compound tyres, and he is not going quicker in sector 1, as again the car just looks a bit on the twitchy side, especially getting the power down. The car is just a wee bit twitchy. It's not on rails like it always used to be, especially in 2020. But they've still got the tape over their first set of cooling louvres just above their small little side pod bump. It just looks really twitchy, the Mercedes. Hamilton is so slow. He's 3.8 seconds down in sector 2. The car is really twitchy on entry and on exit. Looking at this. Exactly like Martin Brundle said, this car needs some finesse, and it's not getting it. It doesn't. Yeah, again, that car also looks very uncomfortable to drive. It is extremely twitchy, extremely twitchy. Which car? That was the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton. The Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton was extremely twitchy and just didn't look comfortable. Exactly like I've been talking about for the Aston Martin. It just didn't look like a happy car. It wasn't a happy car to drive in that regard. But we're coming into the last 15 minutes. We've got 17 still to go of this, the second day of pre-season testing. So far, it's been a fairly uneventful afternoon session, I'd have to say. We've had a little bit of action with a couple of red flags here and there, but ultimately, not too much has gone on. We've basically maintained the same sort of pecking order that we've seen from Barcelona, with Ferrari maintaining their strong form, with Red Bull and Mercedes being sort of thereabouts. McLaren have struggled just a wee bit at the moment. But yeah, it's been a fairly uneventful session. How is Sainz still the fastest? Sainz had a quite a significant toe on his quick lap from Lewis Hamilton. I can't remember what his second fastest lap was, his previous top lap. But this one, his 1:33.5, he did have a significant toe from Lewis Hamilton down the main straight. Oh, thank you very much for that kind comment. You've been amazing this entire day. Thank you for answering all of the questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I don't like the pink Alpine under the floodlight. I just don't like the pink Alpine, full stop, at all. It's not a pleasant looking car, the pink Alpine. As we're currently on board with Kevin Magnussen as he makes his return to Formula One with Haas once again, breaking down into turn 10. He actually hits the apex really well. A little bit squirrely on the exit, but not too bad. Does the car bounce up and down as he gets into gear 7 and 8? Yes, it does. Because you can hear when the car hits the floor, it bounces. You can hear the proper whacking of the floor. Are the Aston Martins struggling in the slow corners? The Aston Martins are just sort of struggling everywhere. Really, we have a red flag. We have a red flag. We have a red flag. Red flag. I haven't seen what for yet, but there is a red flag. When is the first race? The first race is in 1 week. 1 week exactly. We will find out who really is the fastest team with practice getting underway in just a week's time. But we have a red flag. I have not yet seen what it is for as of yet. So again, this could be a test for the FIA systems check because they do run system checks near the end of the testing sessions. As they did that actually in the morning session, they put out a red flag and they tried to do a practice start. However, that didn't quite go to plan. So it could be another systems check, or it could be Alpine, as that was an enormous amount of brake dust coming out of the car. I think this is potentially another systems check. I think this is another systems check from the FIA, exactly like they did in the morning, because there isn't anything that the cameras have panned to. There's nothing that the commentators are talking about, and there's nothing that I can see. The lap time set by Carlos Sainz was on the C4, the soft compound of tyre. What is the cause of the red flag? I believe this is a systems check by the FIA to check that the red flag system is running, and they will probably attempt a standing start, as this is what they tried to do in the morning session, as there has been no stopped car or no crashes to cause this red flag. Are the cars still experiencing porpoising? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Every single car is still experiencing porpoising issues. How's Max driving? Any issues with his car? Not that I'm aware of. He did miss 90 minutes of the start of this afternoon session, though, due to the Red Bull working on it, as they brought a slightly updated floor. They've raised the angle of the leading edge just in front of the side pod, around the sort of area that they've forced into a barge board. They have then added a large array of cooling louvers on the top of the side pod, and then they have also changed something at the rear of the floor, but I'm not 100% sure what that is. If Ferrari keeps this pace throughout the championship, who would you like to be champion, Sainz or Leclerc? Leclerc, personally. That's personally for me. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point that someone's just mentioned. Thinking about races at Spa, Baku, and Monza for experiencing porpoising, it's going to be interesting at those tracks that have really long straights and how that's going to happen. Yeah, that's going to be really, really interesting. Oh, as Yuki Tsunoda has just leapt out of his car because he's got an orange light on the top. That's interesting. You're not allowed to touch that anymore. Because normally the car will indicate whether it is green, safe to touch, orange, it's not sure whether it's safe to touch, or red, it is definitely not safe to touch. So it was orange, so he had to do a jump out of the car. So he didn't make any contact with himself, the car, and the ground. So when you jump, you leap into the air and then you're not touching anything. So all is good. But I would imagine that this red flag period is a FIA systems check, and they will be moving to a standing start to practice the systems for a standing start. So then on that basis, any team that would like to practice the standing start will then leave the garage when the red flag is called in. They will then go round to the grid and just line up however they leave the pits, as you're not allowed to overtake under the red flag conditions. So it will just be like a formation lap leaving the pit lane. They'll then line up on the grid and then lights out, they go, and then they'll probably come back in, because I'd imagine that's going to be the end of the session, as we've got just over 10 minutes left. As this red flag is just another FIA systems check like they tried to do in the morning session. So the red flag has now been removed, and there are 10 minutes to go in this session, but we haven't had any information regarding what's going to happen now. What kind of tyres for Carlos Sainz? That was the C4, the same tyres that Max Verstappen ran for his time that was 4.5 tenths slower. However, Carlos Sainz had a significant tow from Lewis Hamilton on his fast lap. So Haas will get an extra hour at the end of this session. Yes, they will. They will have an extra hour at the end of this session, as the FIA agreed that they could split up the 4 hours that they missed of yesterday morning and then put it on to the 2 afternoon sessions today and tomorrow. Will Norris do another push lap? Probably not. I don't think any teams are going to do another push lap today. I don't think there's really the point, as there's just 8 minutes left to go, and there isn't really any sign that that anything is going to happen. I'm surprised they haven't said what's happening. I'd have thought they'd have gone to a practice standing start. Oh, rolling starts. That's interesting. So the race will resume, or the session will resume at 18:52 local time. So that is now, and it will be a rolling start. This is interesting. They tried this in this morning session. However, Valtteri Bottas ended up stopping, and they had to abort all of the procedures that they were trying to practice. So with 8 minutes to go, we're going to have a rolling start. As we've got a couple of cars lining up at the end of the pit lane. We've got Carlos Sainz and then also Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. This is fully optional for all of the teams. They don't have to partake in this. It's any team that would like to practice a rolling start. As yes, the McLaren does have a slightly different variation of its front wing on, as also the Red Bull of Max Verstappen is going out too. So we've got 3 cars out on track: Carlos Sainz, Max Verstappen, and Lance Stroll, who has actually pulled off at the exit of the pit lane. So I'm not sure what's happening with Lance Stroll, but he has pulled off at the side of the pit lane. I'm not quite sure how this rolling start's going to happen though, so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with it. I think Lance Stroll is broken because his mechanics are running down the pit lane to go get the car. But we've only got two cars out on track. This is a completely optional process for people to do. This is optional for everybody. I'm not sure how they're going to, because there's only two cars. I'm not sure how they're going to do a rolling start with just two cars. I don't get how that's going to work. But Mercedes is not coming out. The only two cars that are out on track are Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen. Lance Stroll was going out, but then his car broke down or he stalled or something like that. So, yes, it's potentially another mechanical issue for Aston Martin. What tyres did Sainz use on his fastest lap? The C4, exactly the same compound that Max Verstappen ran for his lap time that was 4.5 tenths down, though Carlos Sainz actually had a significant tow from Lewis Hamilton down the first start straight. I think yes, they have fully aborted the attempt at a rolling start. It has been fully aborted, and we have 5 minutes left. We have 5 minutes left of this session, and that's it. Okie doke, that's interesting. That seems like a complete waste of time there, but you know, they tried it. They tried it. The C4 tire seems to be better than the C5. Now, that's interesting. So, yes, it does. And there's actually quite a simple reasoning for this. So, the C5 tire is super, super, super soft. Like, it is the softest tire that Pirelli could possibly have. Now, it's going to have supreme grip and supreme traction for about 2.5 miles. It's just when we come to circuits that are slightly longer, like Bahrain, that are, I think, 3.7, the tyres end up dropping off. They lose all of their performance in the last sector. So the C4 compound, even though it is a slower tyre, actually holds up its stiffness and its softness enough to get it to the end of the circuit that it doesn't drop off, which is why we choose the softer compounds like the C5 for the shorter circuits like Monte Carlo and Austria, because the softness of the rubber is sustained for the whole lap. So that's why the C4 is actually better at longer circuits than the C5. But we've got 3 minutes and 45 seconds left, but we only have two drivers out on track currently, Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen. But I highly doubt anything of remotely interesting importance is going to happen in these remaining 3 minutes and 30 seconds, unless somebody puts it into the wall. But who knows? They might do. Oh, Verstappen is coming into the pits. Now, it's a bit of a late decision to come into the pits there, but Verstappen is coming into the pit lane. So we've only got Carlos Sainz out on track at the minute for the last 3 minutes. So Verstappen on the C4, he set his fastest lap time so far, the 34 flat on the C4 compound, the same compound that Carlos Sainz set his lap time on. How much slower are this year's cars than 2021? That's also a good question. So currently our fastest lap time as of right now is a 33.5. Now the pole position lap time from Max Verstappen last year was a 28.997 off the top of my head, 28.997 if someone could fact check that. But it was definitely a 28.9. So that is a difference of about 5.5 seconds. Now, bear in mind, testing, no one has pushed the cars to the absolute limits. And at Barcelona, we were about 3 seconds slower than the 2021 times. So I'd imagine it's going to be very, track dependent on whether the cars will be quicker or slower. But yeah, we're about 3 to 5 seconds slower than 2021. So who has set the best lap time? It is currently Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. I'll probably actually just give a rundown as we've only got 90 seconds left. So we've got Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, who has run 59 laps today in the afternoon session. A 1:33.5 is his fastest lap time on the C4 compound of tyre. We've then got Max Verstappen, who set his fastest lap time of a 1:34 flat, also on the C4 compound of tyre, having run 86 laps in this whole day. He ran both sessions, morning and afternoon, though his afternoon session was very slightly compromised after losing 90 minutes due to some technical changes to the car. Then we've got Lance Stroll in P3, a 34 flat, half a tenth down on Max Verstappen, also on the C4 compound of tyre, having run 70 laps, also having, oh no, actually, he's just only run the afternoon session. So 70 laps in the afternoon, that is mighty, mighty impressive from Lance Stroll. Lewis Hamilton, a 34.1, a tenth down on Lance Stroll, also on the C4, having run 47 laps in the afternoon session, a couple less than his teammate George Russell. Then we've got Esteban Ocon in P5, then Charles Leclerc in P6, Lando Norris, Sebastian Vettel, Kevin Magnussen on his return to Formula One, a 36.5. He's done 39 laps, with most of his running actually on the C2 compound and the C3 compound, the medium tyre. Then we've got Yuki Tsunoda, Valtteri Bottas, Mick Schumacher, George Russell in the Mercedes, Nicholas Latifi, and then finally Guan Yu Zhao, a 1:39.984 for the Alfa Romeo driver, who's done a fairly impressive 48 laps in this afternoon session. And that is it. The timer has ticked to 0 for this, the second day of pre-season testing here at Barcelona. Now, I'll answer just a couple more questions before I wrap things up, but thank you guys so much for watching this live stream. It has been absolutely mega to commentate for you guys and answer all of your questions. Carlos Sainz, C5 or C4? It was a C4 lap time for Carlos Sainz. C4. And just a couple more questions, perhaps, if there's any more that come through. Tomorrow will be very interesting. Yes, it will. I hope the teams actually push harder tomorrow. I really hope they push harder and actually set some competitive lap times on the C5 tyres, get some qualifying runs in so we find out what this pecking order actually is. So we're not just teased of what it could be, we actually end up finding it out. I would really, really like that. But who knows? Who knows? But yeah, thank you guys so much for all tuning in and joining into this live stream. It has been absolutely mega to do this all day for you guys, from the morning all the way through to the afternoon. We've peaked at around 1,200 viewers at one point. That was absolutely awesome, with 763 likes on the stream. That is much, much appreciated. I've been Alex from the channel Alex Does F1 Stuff. There'll be a link to that in the description down below. And also subscribe to the channel Racing Statistics. We'll be live tomorrow, but I won't be commentating on that session. That'll be Ryan from the channel Ryan F1 as well. But that is all from us here today, and we'll catch you tomorrow morning.